I'm going to call the Admin and Finance Committee to order. A roll call, please.
Dr. Beebe?
Present.
Dr. Beebe's present. Ms. Bolte?
Here.
Ms. Bolte's present. Ms. Bradford? Ms. Bradford's not present. Mr. Garvey? Here. Mr. Garvey's present. Mr. Gill?
Present.
Mr. Gill is present. Ms. Hill? Present. Ms. Hill's present. Mr. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Dr. Moranti? Present. Dr. Moranti is present. Ms. Orange Jones?
She's here.
Ms. Orange Jones is present. Mr. Romer?
Here.
Mr. Romer is present. Ms. Smith? Here. Ms. Smith is present. We have a quorum.
Thank you. First item.
The consent agenda is ready for approval, pulling items 2.2, 3.1, 3.2, 5.5, 6.2, and 6.5 due to comment cards.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so the consent agenda, we've left with 2.1 and 2.3. That's correct. Okay.
I'd like to, if I'm in order, I'd like to remove from consent 6.5 because
It's been pulled.
oh, okay. I didn't hear you just said that.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear you say that. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I have a motion to accept the consent agenda for 2.1 and 2.3.
Mr. Chairman, did you say that 2.1 was pulled?
No, 2.1 is not pulled.
So we're not going to discuss it?
Well, it's currently not pulled off consent. If you'd like to, we can.
I would like to.
Okay.
Okay.
And so the other contracts, the 2.2, that's under consent?
No, it's been pulled.
Okay,
2.3 is all that's left under consent.
okay.
You don't want a home run and just pull it too?
Might as well.
No, you need a motion? I move to approve 2.3.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Beebe and a seconded by Ms. Bradford to approve 2.3 as a consent. Any objections? Motion carries. Next item.
On page 1, item 2.1, consideration of a report from the LDE's Director of Internal Audit. Recommendation is to receive.
Do I have a motion to receive?
So moved. Second.
Ms. Jones and Ms. Bolte? Second. Okay. Any discussion on this item?
Yes, sir. What are we receiving?
I'm sorry?
What are we receiving? I have a page with items 1 through 6. Are we not going to hear a report?
If you have questions for the auditor, you may certainly ask them. This is a standing.
I have no clue what this is. I have one page with
I have
6
the same,
items.
Yes, I have the same item. This is an item we do very regularly, and the auditor is here to monitor the functions that are described.
Well,
and if
could he give us a summary report of his findings?
if you'd like.
Yes, that's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Dudley Garridale, Director of Internal Audit here. This is a quarterly report that we do for the board of what our activities have been during the previous quarter. And usually this is all that we turn in case there, but if there are questions, I'm here to answer. During the previous period, we were finishing our work on school board audits, and that is, I have to apologize, I left that off of here. There will be a report issued at the next board meeting on significant audit findings from school board audits during the previous fiscal year. We normally, I think that would be your August meeting. I don't believe there's a July meeting, but there will be a report that time. One of the things we do with school board audits is they come in, the ones that are done by CPAs, we review all these audits, and if there are federal findings, we track the findings in their resolution to ensure that they are resolved properly in accordance with federal regulations. The other thing we're working on right now is the 5-year risk assessment for the department. That is how we determine what programs we will audit during the upcoming cycle of audits. Now, it is a 5-year assessment, but there are times where we will have to take other items which are more important, special projects, things of that nature. So right now we're in the middle of that, and as soon as we have that completed, there will also be a report issued to you at that time. The other item I've been undertaking regularly is visits down to the Recovery School District and the construction projects of the new schools down there. I have issued reports on that, in the past, and this is the 5th cycle of our visits, of my visits down there, and I will issue a report with pictures when I finish this cycle. The other items that you see below are ongoing things that I normally do. The contract review committee every month. Contracts that you see go before a committee here in the department. I'm one of the members of the committee. We review the contracts and sign off on them. If we have questions, we make note, and then the questions are supposed to be answered by the program people. The other things are generally just working with department staff when they have questions, training. I have helped train department monitors in the past, nothing recently, but that is also one of the things we have. We also have 2 tracking databases we use. You've been talking about nonprofit organizations today. Every monitoring report, every audit report done of any nonprofit that is funded by this department is in a database that we have. We track those, and again, if they have federal findings, we also ensure that findings are resolved in accordance with OMB Circular A133 provisions on resolving audit findings. And we also occasionally work with the Legislative Auditor's Office. They review our work, and they use that as a basis for some reliance in their annual audit of the department. And the last thing is Committee of State Audit Groups. We do have a group here in the state of Louisiana of all the audit groups in all the agencies. We meet periodically. Right now we're meeting quarterly, and that's pretty much it. I'll be happy to answer any other questions you might have. Although I do, and as always, there's special projects. So whatever
Dr. Beebe,
I'm
you have any
directed to
further
do.
questions?
Yes, sir. So it's Mr.
Garridell.
Garridell. So you indicated in your presentation that you visit the RSD and that you visit buildings, facilities, and you also take photographs. So what is your role specifically in the visit to those entities?
The truth of the matter is, my role is down there just so the construction groups will see that somebody's paying attention to what they're actually doing.
But are you monitoring the building process and whether?
Yes, ma'am. That's
and
part
the
of what.
materials, the quality of the materials being purchased, and
Within reason, yes. I mean, I have limited resources. We do what we can with what I have.
Mr. Garridell, is it true that the legislative auditor has statutory responsibility for auditing the school construction program in New Orleans?
Yes, it is.
And is it true that the project management team also has required audit procedures within its contracts to oversee the safety and security of those projects?
Yes.
So you're not the only one who audits what's going on down there, is that right?
No, sir, not at all.
Thank you very much.
well, with that said, I'm not finished, Mr. Giat. So, okay, you mentioned Superintendent White, the Inspector General, OIG, is that the office that that is inspecting this work, or who did you make reference to, Mr. White? I'm sorry.
The Louisiana Legislative Auditor?
The Louisiana Legislative Auditor. Okay, so with that said, I do recall at the Recovery School District meeting, Committee of the Whole, there was a reference to a letter produced by the OIG, and I was informed that there was a follow-up letter addressing the OIG's concern relating to the construction projects in New Orleans. At the Committee of the Whole meeting a couple of weeks ago, the board, those present, were told that there was a subsequent letter received. I never received that, so I am requesting of you, Mr. White, to present that follow-up letter responding to the OIG's concerns, because there were serious concerns noted in that correspondence addressed to board members who were on the board at that time. I don't think Ms. Jane Smith was a member at the time, but all other board members should have received that correspondence. So, with that said, sir, do you when you do your audit, your school board audits, that's of traditional and charter schools as well?
Oh, the reviews, yes, ma'am, all.
You do all-
They're all LEAs, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And,
Am I correct in saying that any audit report that you have is available for the board?
Yes, you are correct in saying that.
well, that was my next question, Mr. Gill. So are we presented, I mean, is it our role to request, or is it your responsibility to provide the audit reports? Because I didn't know that we had this.
It is the responsibility of the school boards to provide the audit reports. I act only as a repository, and we track in a database. By state law, the school boards are required to submit these reports to the department annually.
Okay, but any other findings, let's say that you have some negative findings, do you, I don't recall receiving a report that you give a comprehensive report of your findings. I mean, we've had past meetings where you're seated now, you would sit and you would, I think for the most part, there would be very little discussion. So is there a process by which you provide us with written feedback of your findings? Or is that even available to us?
Well, yes, ma'am. The last summary of school board reports was issued to the board, I believe, last October. You would have received a copy of it.
They've been in our board packet on periodic times.
But it's just dealing with school boards, but you did say that, you know, your collaborative effort, if you will, with the state audit agencies and so forth. Is all of that within that report?
Well, when I say collaborative effort, if the legislative auditor comes to me and asks a question, I'll give them an answer. When they want copies of reports, I'll give it to them. They don't normally confide in me as to how they're going to perform their audit, but they do look at what we do as an internal audit shop to as some basis for reliance on the work they're doing in the department. Certainly not a lot. I mean, it would be minor, but there is something there. Now, as far as the findings, all I'm doing in the report is summarizing what I consider to be significant findings in those reports. Now, normally, I consider any federal finding to be significant because there's always a chance the department's going to have to pay money back, and that's what makes it significant. After that, if there happens to be something like a fraud or embezzlement that was reported, that goes in the report as well. And again, whether or not it's significant is based on my judgment as the director.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Yes, Superintendent Smith.
And I'm new to the board, so I just wanted to try to get an idea of, so I did go to the link, the legislative audit report. So do you collaborate with him if he has findings after, let's say, the Old World Ministries or whatever it was that had a problem? Is that in your report?
In this case, no, because that was done by their legislative auditor's investigative division, and that was most likely done as a result of a whistleblower. Normally, the investigative division from the legislative auditor does not do an audit like that as a matter of routine. It is normally picked up and triggered as a result of somebody blowing a whistle.
Did the department have to pay money back because of that finding?
Well, not yet. I mean, I
It's
believe
just
that
out.
report
This is just out, yeah.
was just issued. So whether or not the department ends up repaying federal funds is going to be up to the feds. And my experience with the federal
But now, that
government
is something that this board needs to be aware of.
Oh, yes, ma'am, but I assume you received a copy of the report.
I read it.
So,
I read
yes.
it, and I was
But
disturbed.
it could be as much as 2 years. Unfortunately, the federal government works at its own pace. It could be 2 or 3 years down the road before a letter shows up asking about this report and the money.
This being the report from 2009 to 2012.
Correct, yes, sir.
Correct.
The one that, and I have to be honest and tell you, I have not actually seen the report. It was, I heard about it, and, but I have not actually seen a copy of it.
The inspector is referring to a report of a 21st century program that was funded under a previous administration with a previous BESE board that was provided this week, saying that there were some discrepancies in how the funding was apparently allocated by that group, some potential malfeasance, but that is a process that the federal government will let run its course, and we'll keep you abreast of it.
And that particular service incorporated is no longer in existence?
That is my understanding,
Correct,
that
that's correct.
that they closed a month or so after their contract ended.
Any further questions? Any objection to the motion?
And may I just say, Mr. Gill, for the board, if you ever have questions for me, I'm here.
Thank you, Mr.
All you have
Gill.
to do is contact me.
Next
Thank you.
item, please. I just asked if there was any objection. Yeah.
On page 2, item 2.2, consideration of LD contracts of $50,000 and under, approved by the State Superintendent of Education. The recommendation is to receive.
We have a motion to receive.
Second.
Ms. Bradford, seconded by Ms. Bofi. Any discussion on this item?
I do.
Yeah.
Okay, if you look on page 3.
Yes, ma'am.
The Justin Tyak contract for $49,900, it will assist the LDOE with the logistics of the transfer of the Child Care Development Fund grant from the Department of Children and Family Services to the Louisiana Department of Education, 100% state. I'm just curious about all of well, not curious, I'm concerned of the contracts. Why do we need a contractor to assist the LDOE with the transfer of the Child Care Development grant? I mean, it would appear to me that that's not that cumbersome.
Transferring the entire apparatus of licensing every child care and Head Start center in this state, its budget requirements, its hundreds of personnel, and its entire accountability and regulatory regime is not cumbersome?
Well, that's the reason.
It certainly feels cumbersome.
Well, the reason for my question is, I mean, what do, and no offense to those who are employees of the LDOE, but what do we have them in place for? I mean, every meeting, we're paying out dollars for services. I know in my district, I have to work with the personnel I have.
And you also have contracts in your districts. You don't work with the personnel you have to operate your online school. You operate with vendors, I'm sure, in issues like food services and otherwise. Ma'am, we both have the same issues. We get a budget. We work within that budget to achieve the objectives that we've been set down the road to achieve. The legislature passed a law saying that we're going to take over an entire agency's regulatory function and bring it into this one. We have one project manager at $50,000. That is a tens of millions of dollar enterprise. We're working within the budget that we've been provided. We're not asking for more money. This is the same money that's been appropriated by the legislature. We're just making do with it what we can. We didn't have staff to do child care work before the legislature told us to start doing child care work. Now we need to bring it over.
Thank you for your clarification.
Yeah.
Smith.
Okay, and so are we working with, and as I'm looking at this, are we working with Children and Family Services in a contract together? Or are they contracting separately?
This is a Department of Education contract, but we're drafting a cooperative endeavor agreement with them that will guide the process of the transition.
And so for 4 months, this is a 4-month contract
Yes, ma'am.
for $4 less than $50,000
Correct.
for 4 months. And will that be an ongoing, I mean, is that something that we're going to continue to renew, or what's
No.
the expectation on that?
We cannot renew it. We cannot renew it outside of a competitive bidding process. We may seek a competitive bid if we need more project management, but I don't think we will. I think by that point we'll be done with setting up the cooperative endeavor
Okay.
agreement and the project management.
Okay, and just one final thing. I don't have any problems against people in New York, but this person that we've contracted with is from New York. We couldn't find anybody in Louisiana maybe that knew something about how to transcend this.
Every one of our employees is a Louisiana-based staff person. This person has a specialty. He ran similar operations in the states, in the nation's largest school system and child care system. He has expertise. We think he's right to serve our kids.
That is not true.
Okay, we have one comment card. Ms. Berrios? Okay, you're the first comment card.
Because I was going to ask if I could be the last.
You're the last also. We have one.
All right, then. Lee Berrios, St. Tammany Parish. I'm sure that nobody on this committee has time to go through all of these and research all of these contractors, okay? I know I don't. I try to do some. However, I spoke with someone earlier who I was thinking would speak, but since they aren't, I will, about this particular contract. And I invite you all to Google Mr. Tyak and try to figure out who he is and what he does. His only address, evidently, I've been told, is an apartment building. He once did work for, I think, the New York Department of Education. But that's just about it. So since I haven't done that research myself, it is interesting that it's $4 less than $50,000. I invite you to Google that, but I suggest maybe you wouldn't want to approve this contract until you do a little research on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berrios.
Thank you, Ms. Berrios. Any further discussion from the board? Any objection to the motion?
I object.
Ms. Hill and Ms. Beebe object. Anybody else?
I object.
Ms. Smith? Okay. Motion carries. Next item.
On page 10, item 3.1, consideration of a discussion of the MFP formula. The recommendation is to receive.
Do I have a motion to receive?
So moved.
President Romer. Ms. Jones has a second. Any discussion on this item? This was pulled from the consent agenda. Okay, I'll go to public comment. We have two cards. Ms. Berrios. Okay, and Mary Patricia Ray.
Good afternoon. I'm Mary Patricia Ray with the Louisiana Federation of Teachers. The Louisiana Federation of Teachers is an organization that, as you know, is heavily invested in the development and the improvement of the Minimum Foundations Program formula. As it's annually developed by this board, we have a seat on the MFP task force, and since the inception of the Minimum Foundations Program in our modern state constitution, we have been strong advocates for the 70% instructional requirement inside the MFP. The reason that that 70% requirement was ultimately born into the formula and has continued is while the state set aside a constitutionally protected source of funding for K through 12 education, they wanted to make sure that the bulk of that money was actually spent in the classroom on our students. And I think throughout the years, for a time, provided a measure of accountability in terms of spending for administrative purposes, especially in traditional public schools. As models of schools in Louisiana have changed, models of administration in Louisiana have changed, and spending on that administration has changed. I think this report speaks volumes about how that's changed and the ways in which those changes have not been positive. If you'll take a look at the reports before you and in the charts before you, you'll be able to see that as you move down the chart that shows you which schools and which LEAs have met that 70% instructional requirement. One of the charts is organized by district accountability score, by letter grade. And you'll see that the districts who are in a position to have enough money within the MFP to easily or more easily commit over 70% of their monies to instruction tend to have higher letter grades. That's because they have enough. They have enough to get by on that requirement. As you move down the list, you'll see a couple of trends. you'll see that districts who are struggling to meet that requirement also have lower letter grades because they are struggling to meet that requirement with the amount of money that they are receiving through the MFP. Year after year, we go to the legislature and we never have a discussion about the per pupil amount inside the MFP without talking about other mandates on that money. Obviously, you all have little control over some of those mandates, but it is your job to annually develop a formula that recognizes the mandates placed on our school districts. One of those is the requirement to contribute to the state retirement systems. As you know, that requirement has grown large primarily because of a back-ended repayment schedule that the state adopted to address a debt that it created by non-payment earlier last century. Because that's a reality for our school districts, many of them are approaching a point where almost 30% of the funds that they receive have to be dedicated to retirement. As you know, 30 plus 70 is 100. If we are going to continue to move towards a place where over 30% or nearly 30% of the funds that they receive has to be set aside just for retirement costs, it will be more and more impossible to meet the 70% requirement. That does not mean that we should provide more waivers. It doesn't mean that we should lower that standard. It means we should fully fund the cost of public education in Louisiana, whatever it is. And so we just wanted to take a minute, not to be on a soapbox, but to take a serious look at this report and what it should mean in the coming year as you develop a new minimum foundations program formula. And before I finish, I would also like you to note that the charts you receive will show you that among charter schools that were unable to meet the 70% requirement, Type 2 charter schools, which do not have an obligation to the retirement systems, a higher ratio of those schools versus Type 5 charter schools, which do have an obligation to pay an employer portion. I want to make sure we got the lay of the land before I finish this sentence. Type 2s that don't have that requirement, Type 5s that do. More Type 5 charter schools met their 70% requirement, even though they have that obligation. And I think that invites not speculation, but honest investigation. Why? What is happening? The report tells you that each school that failed to meet this requirement is going to have to submit a plan to you telling you how they are going to fix this problem. And I think in schools like Type 2 charters, where they don't have the retirement obligation, crafting a plan like that might be a lot easier, because you get the same amount of money with no requirements placed upon it. In traditional public schools that are doing their very best to educate those counseled out of other locations, creating that plan is not going to be easy. In some places, it won't even be possible.
Ms. Ray, if you'd go ahead and wrap up your comments,
Yes, sir.
please.
And I appreciate your time. So please, we're not here to criticize or point fingers or whatever. We're here to ask you to take this report seriously and to consider it seriously when you craft a new MFP next year. We must fully fund the cost of education in Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any further discussion from the board? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
On page 17, item 3.2, consideration of the MFP accountability report. The recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Ms. Jones, seconded by Dr. Moranti. Discussion on item 3.2. This was pulled from the consent agenda. I'll go to public comment. We have two cards. Ms. Berrios and Ashley McReynolds. Okay. Any comments from the board? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
On page 69, item 4.1, consideration of HE funding cycle activities, approval of HE statewide programs for FY 2014-2015. The recommendation is to approve.
Do we have a motion to approve? President Romer, and seconded by Ms. Bradford. You coming up to give us a report?
If necessary.
Yeah,
I
that'd
can.
be.
All right.
I have a question.
Okay, Dr. Beebe?
Am I to direct my question to Ms. Kim?
Sure.
Okay. On page 70, Ms. Kim, we have LEAP for the 21st century, and the question is, it makes reference to, in the description of the project, to support student achievement by measuring academic performance with LEAP, grades 4 and 8, and iLEAP for science, social studies, English, language arts, and math statewide standard assessments in grades 3 through 8. So why do we need this funding if we're moving?
The LEAP, the Louisiana Education Assessment Program, is a term that's used in the law to cover any grade 3 through 11 test that exists in our state. In other words, there is a law. The law creates the Louisiana Education Assessment Program. Whatever the vendor is for that test, it's going to be called the LEAP program. So we're going to have English, language arts, and math tests. No matter who the vendor is, it's going to be the LEAP.
So if it's Park, we're still going to reference LEAP.
Sure, yeah, because the law is named the LEAP law, the Louisiana Education Assessment Program.
Okay, but that answered my question.
Ms. Barrios, you had a comment card on 4.1. Okay. Any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
On page 111, item 4.2, consideration of HE funding cycle activities, approval of an HE special project for FY 2014-2015. The recommendation is to approve.
Do we have a motion to approve? Ms. Bofi, second. Dr. Moranti. We're on page 111. 4.2. While you're looking at that, I'll go to public comment. Representative Schroeder is here today. Yeah, yes. Okay, yeah, go ahead, please.
Members, I want to just describe for you what this is. I referred to this earlier in today's agenda regarding the issue of data privacy and the unique identifier project. This is something that we've been talking about for some time, and of course, coming into the budget cycle, you never know how much money the state's going to have and how much it isn't going to have. As you may know, while there were modest increases in the overall amount of funding, actually significant in the overall amount of funding for Louisiana Public Schools this year, the department's budget, as it has been for the last 5 years, was cut. So we took a 7% reduction in our central organization this year. So the question you then ask is, were there additional requirements placed on the department, and were those things funded? The legislature, under John Schroeder's leadership here, and I know Representative Schroeder is here today somewhere, and I hope he'll be able to join us, passed what we believe is a very important piece of legislation. We worked with him on, and some of the advocates here in the audience today, and ultimately supported, to convert our data systems to providing a unique identifier rather than to maintaining all of these individual pieces of information about each child. That is an enormous shift that will cost over time millions of dollars, and it's an important shift, and it's one that needs to be made to protect the information of our children. At the same time, it's not one for which the legislature appropriated funds. And I appreciate very much the board's consideration of using its special projects 8G funding to, at least in part, fund this project. The department does not have funds. The state has not funded this project otherwise. We applied for a grant originally and did not receive the grant under the 8G process for this project, and now that the mandate has been placed on us from the legislature, which is a good thing, I am asking your consideration to fund it this way. We do not have the means to fund it another way, and I thank you for your consideration.
Ms. Hill?
I have several concerns in regards to this item. As one of the members of the AG work group committee, when the AG director called us and Ms. Heather Cope in regards to funding this project, which is $1 million. I want board members to understand we only have $1 million left in the AG budget. That's it. If we give the last $1 million to the Department of Education, we will be depleted. We won't have any more funding at all. However, Ms. Bofi made a statement that we have safety net or revenue where we can go into, a reserve that we can go into if need be, which I totally disagree. This is my concern, and I have yet to receive what I've asked for. Within the meeting, I asked Ms. Heather, because it's hard for me to believe that the department cannot identify $1 million within their budget. I asked Heather for a breakdown of the department allocations in regards to how the funding has been spent for the 2013-2014 school year. I have not received that. Only thing that Ms. Heather has sent me was the actual initial grant on the Paul Pastor Act that the U.S. Department of Education gave the department $4 million to develop a database. I asked Heather for the waiver, which we submitted in 2012 as a board to the U.S. Department of Education. I have yet to receive that information. And so with that, and as one of the AG members, I told him I could not support this because, one, I don't believe in giving our last $1 million to the LDOE for a project where they initially received $4 million to create and develop a database from the U.S. Department of Education for student identification. Thirdly, it concerns me that Mr. Lee has made reference to this numerous occasions. When we allocate the funding, 50% should go to the local school districts and the other 50% should go to LDOE. However, giving them additional funding is unfair to our local LEAs. And I made that statement within our meeting that if we're going to use our last $1 million, give the department $500,000, give the local school district, the LEAs $500,000. And I strongly believe all of the information that I requested, Ms. Heather, and I'm not putting the blame on you because you have to get it from LD, I have yet to receive it. And so with that being said, I requested the information in a timely manner. I have not received it, and so I cannot support this item. And I believe that the department has $1 million in their budget where they can identify to make sure that they correct this problem because the legislature has deemed LDOE, not BESE, to correct the problem. So that's all I have to say.
Ms. Cope, can you clarify the comments?
Sure. I'll just add that the department did provide their overall cuts that they expect for the next fiscal year. Given that the budget was passed so late in the session, they're still working on the comparison as Ms. Hill requested. And so they've shared, I think Superintendent White, it's $3.5 million was cut from your budget in the next fiscal year from state general funds.
Yes.
And over the past 7 years, it's been $14 million?
16 million.
16 million. So that information was shared back with the work group. The more detailed comparison that Ms. Hill requested has not been available yet. That is correct. And then some other information that she requested was provided pretty quickly. But the department's still working on that budget comparison for sure.
Dr. Beebe?
I have a question. The 8G funding should be designated for instructional purposes, right? Mm-hmm. So with this proposal, and I know the answer, I don't think that addresses the instructional component. So I agree with Ms. Hill. I think we could find with the LDOE's budget that we should look at another source, another line item, if you will, a budget area to address this funding request. I support the student identifiers, but I just don't think it should be paid through 8G funding.
Mr. Romer?
I appreciate the opportunity. I would make the following comments. One is in regard to this money going to LDOE, this money is actually going to the benefit of every student in this state. Of all the issues we heard in this last legislative session, the one issue that was consistently supported was the idea that we needed more security for our student identification across political party, across whatever your education stance was. It was consistent, and this goes to the benefit of every single family and every single student in this state. And as far as and by the way, to your point, it facilitates ongoing educational services to our students. So it meets both of our requirements. And I've never heard a single issue that's been so unanimously supported than the idea of making sure we protect student security. Not one. And so I think it's BESE. I do believe BESE should stand up and say we too support the idea of protecting student information. This is not the last dollar in the 8G fund. Okay, this is not the last dollar. It happens to be an important dollar that we're going to spend because it sends a message to those parents across this state that are concerned about it that we too share their concern and we too are going to take care of the problem.
Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Representative Schroeder for the hard work that he persevered during the session. I know there were long days. I think we can debate over where we get the money. I'm just saying we got to do it, and it's. I don't really know why we have to get it from 8G. My concern is we've got to do it, and so if we get it from 8G, I'm going to support it. But I tell you what I want us to talk about at some point is, are we going to have to contract to get the unique identifier where we need it to be? Is it about someone that's going to be able to operate, know the data, how to work the technology? Is that going to be the source of why we have to have $1 million?
It's going to cost in excess of $1 million. And I want to be very clear with you about that. And I maybe should have said that at the outset. This is going to cost overall well in excess of $1 million. And the department's going to have to fund everything that is above this $1 million line. But yes, the answer to Representative or BESE member superintendent to your question is yes, there will have to be an outside vendor who has a particular expertise in these kinds of services to support the whole project.
So so when it says project amount at the top, that's the initial.
That is the maximum amount that BESE would have to pay for it, but the department is going to have to draw down from cuts that have already been made to its own.
Okay, thank you. But I agree with President Romer. This was a huge issue. It's a huge issue to parents, as it should be, and I think we have an obligation to fund it.
Ms. Bradford?
So, Mr. White, you're saying that this will cost more than $1 million, and that the
believe
DOE budget will be impacted.
I believe it will, yes, ma'am.
In review of that, because I too feel strongly about the $1 million and it being our last dollar before we go into reserves, I'd like to present a substitute motion. I move that the board approve the 8G Special Project Award for the year 2014-15 to the Louisiana Department of Education for the unique statewide student identifier system in the amount of $1 million or 75% of the total cost from all services, whichever is less.
That would thus require the department to provide a 25% match.
Yes, at a minimum.
Just not that it's not my vote, but just so you know, I believe that would happen under this circumstance. It's something we would support.
Okay.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Before we have discussion, I'm going to ask Representative Schroeder to speak. He has a card in, and I'd like to hear from him and appreciate his work in the legislature to get this through.
Thank you, members. I was telling somebody a second ago, I don't know what's more intimidating, you come talk to me or me coming to you. Y'all sitting a lot higher than where I sat. First of all, I thank the President for giving me the opportunity to come and speak. And Superintendent White, I'm glad I haven't seen you in the last 10 days, to be perfectly frank. And I wish I could have got here earlier today, but I'm busy trying to catch up with my business back home. You know, I just certainly I'm not going to get into how it's funded. I debate that every day as a member of the Appropriations Committee, so I get funding and how those mechanisms work. Let me just share this with you. And look, I'm probably preaching to the choir based on what I've heard so far. Finishing my seventh term my seventh session. I don't know if I've dealt with an issue like this. In fact, I haven't. This has been the single biggest issue that I've dealt with because it has involved so many opinions and people. People that you represent, people that I represent. I really, as I told the superintendent privately, I don't really care how it gets funded, but I think the people that we represent are demanding that we do this. So funding, in my mind, it certainly, I think, helped the position of the bill, knowing that the grant was out there. There's no question. And I sit here today, and I've testified previously that it was the testimony, if you don't mind me saying or sharing, that I believe this board was in the position to be moving in that direction anyway. So me bringing the bill on behalf of the parents of Louisiana just sort of pushed you a little further along than where you were already, is my understanding. I can be corrected if that's not accurate. So from a funding standpoint, it's certainly, I think, for those of us that are dealing every day with the budget cuts and who we have to say yes to and who we have to say no to, that was certainly a easier pill to swallow, knowing that they had some grant money out there. President Romer mentioned this is the only issue that I know of since being in the legislature that touches every single child and person in Louisiana, or every single parent who has a child in the public school system in Louisiana. I certainly can answer just about any question I think that you might have, but I come in here today first to thank the superintendent for his work. He's got a pretty tough job working with I don't know how many very demanding people on top of the people who he works for on this body. There's a whole bunch of ruckus guys and gals across the street who think they are first and foremost in everything that goes around Louisiana, and he handles that pretty well. I don't always necessarily agree what I hear from him, but I do strongly respect how he handles the members of the legislature. He's got a tough job.
Thank you for your comments. Are there any questions of Representative Schroeder? Mr. Garvey?
Yeah, it's not a question, but I wanted to make Representative Schroeder aware of the conversation that we had earlier today, which was regarding the personally identifiable information, such as Social Security numbers for the students, that the LEAs, the local education authorities, maintain and will maintain even after this system is put in place. Many of those local school systems maintain and will maintain those Social Security numbers on their computers, which often use servers which are not located often in the school. They're often located off-site and sometimes out of state. So those Social Security numbers are being transferred back and forth across the internet, and all of the complaints about the security that were made against the department, the same worries should be in place, or people should be thinking about it regarding the local school boards. So you might want to look into that issue and see what we can do to make sure that that data is maintained very securely.
Mr. Harvey, thank you. That's a good point. Let me address that. We can't stop criminals. There's no law. As a former narcotics detective and law enforcement guy, look, if everybody followed the law, I wouldn't have had a job coming out of college. So it's the same thing with this. Now, what this bill specifically does is put some penalty in place that if that third-party contractor is negligent in some way, then he's going to be, or he or she or that company will be subject to a penalty by crime. This law does not stop some criminal from gaining access. Most schools, which I did not know this prior to this bill, most districts in Louisiana or contracted with one company. I think 50 school districts use one company, and y'all probably know that already.
And I think that's out of state.
And I thought they were out of Monroe. I don't remember, but I know the gentleman I spoke with was out of Monroe when I was with the superintendents in a conference call. So I think what this bill specifically does, though, is stop the data sharing without permission from the parents for sale. It shuts that down. Security will always have to be something that we have to deal with. But I think what the parents were most objected to the most was that the data was being received, and maybe perception, and maybe not, that data was being used by different companies getting their hands on it for different reasons. And I'll give you an example. I had a student come to me during the committee here in the Senate, and he had just applied for college and wanted to know why he was getting all kind of information from all kinds of different companies. I didn't have an answer, but I believe this bill will stop that, or it should. That's the intent of it. The intent of it is to protect students, and let me be perfectly clear, juveniles who can't grant their authority, that parents represent. It's designed, and the spirit of this bill is to protect that data. I'm not going to stop some security breach, but the companies who are storing this equipment will be on notice. The bill's not signed yet. I expect it to be any day. And when signed, those companies will be on notice that the heightened security that we expect, at least the citizens of Louisiana, have a heightened expectation on how that stuff is stored. That's a long answer. I worked on this a lot. I got a lot of time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Dr.
I
Moranti.
certainly want to thank Representative Schroeder for this, because we know the identity of our students is paramount, for sure. Sounds like it's certainly within the scope of AG. And I'm thinking that this is not a reoccurring cost. This is a special project. And that I'm also suspecting that most of this is going to be with regard to taking care of the infrastructure across the state. So that I certainly am in total support of this.
Ms. Hill?
Representative Stroder, I'd like to thank you for your hard work and your dedication to even stand up to create and develop a bill to protect our students, and I want to commend you on that. And it's sad to say that it had to go to that point, that you had to create a bill that we should have been responsible to do in the first place. But I want to thank you for your hard work. In regards to the funding mechanism for AG, even though this is our, let me say this, in regards to the AG funding, once we give the department the $1 million, we will be depleted. For me, safety is number one. That's one thing that's always been, safety is first. And so it's so disheartening to know that the legislators have mandated LDOE to correct a problem, and financially, they don't have the funds to do it. But that's an issue, that's an internal issue on LDOE part. With that, I'm torn, because I know this is a safety issue for our children, and that we need to take a stand and to assure their safety. But then again, it's like we are giving our last funding to the department, and once we give them our last funding, if there are any other projects that may come up, we may not have the funding to actually work with those districts, or whatever the case may be. That's my concern. So I just want to just thank you so very much for your hard work and dedication, and for taking a stance for our parents and children.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. I would tell you this, I'm sitting on appropriations, I see it all, and I have to listen to it all. The 2 or 3 worst days every year of my session is when I have to sit, not have to, is when I sit in my seat and listen to everybody come who is getting cut for some particular service. So I get that. I guess my point, not knowing your budget the way I know the overall budget, is I don't know what the priorities are for that particular money. I know this much. I bet you if you were able to go out and ask your constituents to cast a vote right now, I bet you they would pick this. I guarantee it. I mean, I understand the struggle. I think I'm one of the more fiscal conservative people in Baton Rouge. But I would tell you this much: I'd find the money for this. I don't know where. And look, I hear, not to read into what you say, I'm very careful about unfunded mandates. I'm opposed to and vote against those a lot. I guess, and I don't want to get into all the intricate details of it, but I too have been told many times what happened to the money that was given to do this project. It should have been done already. And not to blow this thing up, but so I guess my position was this. If you had grant money available, I thought this was very high on the priority list. And I haven't heard another priority that trumps this one, at least today. And I too believe that I say I can't believe because I haven't seen any data. I only know what parents or advocates have shared with me about what happened with the money that was initially this was supposed to be done. So I'm not here to say you should have or we should have or the legislature or this, that, and the other. I really don't care what happened yesterday. What I care about is every member of the legislature voted for this, which represents the same constituents that you represent. So I think it's a priority. I'll gladly listen to how you're going to do it. I'm just glad to know that you all want to do it.
Thank you for being here, Representative Schroeder. Appreciate your comments.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir. Ms. Barrios, we have a comment card.
Lee Barrios, St. Tammany retired teacher. Several points I feel like I need to make. Mr. Garvey, you continue to, I'm not sure what your end goal here is in throwing this back to districts and their Social Security numbers, but and I know this has been beaten to death, and I still don't understand it, but I do know that we realized when all of this came up with parents in St. Tammany that on the St. Tammany website, they required for people to apply to sign up their kids for the program, they required a Social Security number. Nobody thought about that at that time until this issue came up. And we realized that it is not required. You cannot require a student to provide a Social Security number. We've got undocumented immigrants that we cannot require that from. I remember when I taught gifted students, we used to put Social Security numbers on the IEPs. 1 year, approximately 8 or 9 years ago, we were told when we went online with the IEPs, we were told, do not, make sure whatever you do that you remove and do not put Social Securities, or you personally will be responsible by US Ed for putting those Social Security numbers on there. Also the grant question, where did that money go? We also have, I'm sure you're aware, as probably many people in the audience, that we have a former Department of Ed IT employee who contends that this could have and should have been done by the department and should be done by the department now, but that the IT experts have been so depleted that that's not possible. It's another service that Department Ed no longer provides. Is it possible that there could be an amendment or that you all determine that no matter how this is funded, that it be replaced in pending some kind of grant? I know the department, oh gosh, I forgot the federal agency, the quality campaign, data quality campaign. I know they're adamant, the federal government, about creating a longitudinal database. The Louisiana Workforce Commission, who the Department of Ed has turned over our student information to, certainly that should come with some funding. Race to the Top funds, we see that in the agenda every time we come, that things are being funded out of our Race to the Top funding. So is it possible that a grant could be applied for to pay for this on the back end? Thank you.
Sarah Wood.
I'm going to start out with the fact that Sarah Wood, St. Tammany Parish, I've already asked this earlier, and the superintendent responded about a grant that we didn't get and said that those identifiers that were alleged to have been completed, that identifier system was for a grant that we didn't get, and it was for the identification for assessment purposes. I want to know why we filled out applications, why the state of Louisiana in its applications, the 3 applications for Race to the Top, said that we had completely developed a student identifier system, and also in the grant for the State Fiscal Stabilization Fund, we also state that we have completely developed a unique student identifier system. And my understanding when you read the notices of intents for these things is that it was to do sort of what we're trying to say we're doing right now, which is to stop the sharing of personally identifiable information on students. So if the LDE was getting this and it was to prevent them from having personally identifiable information, yet they had it, who exactly and for what purpose were we saying that we had this system in place? Which was also tied to what Ms. Hill has referred to, the development of the statewide longitudinal data systems. I don't understand why we're saying that we developed this and yet now we're needing to find money for it. I want to know what, I'm sure there was money tied to it. Give me enough time, I'll get to the bottom of it to find out. But I'm sure that in saying that we developed this, we had to at some point pay for it. And I want to know where that money went if we did not develop a unique identifier system that was for this very purpose that we're facing right now. Thank you.
So do you oppose this motion?
I want you to find the money. I don't care where you find it. I want you to find the money. If it depletes the last $1 million, no, I don't care. I want my child's information protected.
So you for the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion from the board?
Well, I do want to piggyback her questions, and in fact, I heard reports of this as well. If we were funded already to address the system whereby we would have the student identifiers not using Social Security numbers, where is that money? I think she offers a legitimate question.
You're asking that to me?
Well, you're the superintendent.
I already answered the question as a superintendent too this morning. As I said this morning, in 2009, before this board, before me, and so on, the state applied for federal money. In that federal grant application, the state said we use a unique identifier system. That was a limited system that they used with some assessment vendors. What we're talking about is something totally different. Not totally different, but different. We're talking about the state needs to essentially purge its data systems and reconfigure them so they don't take in the data that they used to take in. That's what Representative Schroeder's bill does. Second, the state needs to generate a unique identifier for all purposes, not just for a couple of vendors with an assessment system. Third, every school system in the state needs to reconfigure its systems to align with that use of a unique identifier system. This is a comprehensive overhaul of the state's data systems for all purposes. That was a number that the state generated to use with a limited number of vendors. It's a very different thing. It was done 6 years ago. And second of all, the state never got the money that it applied for in the grant that was described.
Well, I have to disagree with Superintendent White because I have documentation where they did receive $4 million. $30,000 was for travel, equipment,
Yes, the state applied for 2 grants. The state got 1 grant. That was not to develop a unique identifier.
You should make that clarity.
And I said it this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a substitute motion on the floor and a second. Any further discussion on the substitute motion? Do we need to restate, or everybody's clear of the substitute motion? Ms. Bradford, if you would, or...
A motion by Ms. Bradford, second by Mr. Romer, that the board approve the AG Special Project Award for fiscal year 2014-2015 to the Louisiana Department of Education for unique statewide student identifier system in the amount of $1 million, or 75% of the total cost from all sources, whichever is less.
Any opposition to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
On page 127, item 4.3, consideration of a discussion regarding HE competitive grant program awards for FY 2014-2015, and this was added to the agenda by Dr. Beebe. The recommendation is to receive.
Dr. Beebe, I refer to you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gadd. I've asked Ms. Hill to pass out information that I have put together If you recall, in April, I questioned the award of the 8G competitive grant funds, and for full disclosure, I will acknowledge that I am a sitting superintendent, and I will also add that one of my supervisors wrote a proposal and submitted it to BESE or the LDOE for its consideration. This is not about sour grapes, it's about transparency. And so I am going to ask some questions of Ms. Heather Cope, because she is our BESE staff person who is in charge of this process, or was in charge of the process. And in fact, I'm trying to understand the process, because as it is outlined, those of you receiving your packets, I have printed copies and provided you with the 8G grant criteria. Also, you should have in your folder the rankings or ratings applied to each proposal, and for the record, there were 79 proposals received. I was told by Ms. Cope there were 6 readers. Each was paid $75 per proposal read and rated. I also understand in the process there were no identifiable indicators. Readers had no idea who the grant writers were or the districts providing the grants, if they were school districts. I also will note that once the proposals were ranked, a core group of BESE members appointed by President Romer decided which proposals would be rewarded or awarded. This is where my
No, that's
question...
not actually correct. They decided which ones would be brought to the board for approval. And you didn't, so let's make sure we didn't approve them. The work group didn't approve them. They brought them here for approval.
Well, if you would let me, I have the floor. Thank you, President Romer. I need to ask the question of Ms. Cope. You know, how many proposals were submitted to the core BESE committee?
To the 8G work group?
To the 8G, well, I call it the core committee because I was not a part of that committee.
So the 8G work group, we received 79 proposals, right, Kim? And 10 of them were disqualified, so there were 69 proposals remaining. And the 8G work group could have considered all of those proposals and opted to instead just look at the first set of recommendations.
How many proposals were submitted to this 8G core group?
69.
You submitted all 69 proposals?
All the materials were there and available. They opted to just look at the first set.
Well, I'm not too...
Okay, well, let me finish my question, and then I'm going to ask Ms. Hill to respond. Now, and I did provide you with a chart where those proposals, 69 proposals, were rated, and as Ms. Cope acknowledged, 10 were disqualified. Why was the number 1 proposal not considered with this group? I mean, we paid 6 readers, $75 per proposal, and so that in itself, that would equate at a minimum to about $17,000, $18,000. So why would we utilize this process when we would just discount or disregard what the ratings were? I'm just having difficulty comprehending why we would make that kind of payment when we just dealt with an issue that involved finance. So why are we just, for the sake of an established process, why are we paying out money when we could have just given it to the BESE core group to identify those that they wanted to select? And I will also add, of these 79 proposals, I would think that all of these individuals, based on the conversations I've had with some, they took not minutes, hours, they took days and months putting together these proposals, thinking that the criteria established in this document would be adhered to. And that's not the case as I see it. And so I just need an explanation if you look at the chart, why did we not rate the top 10? In fact, 6 proposals were funded. Why were the top 6 not funded? And again, I have to question that these people were in competition with the LDOE for Jumpstart, and as I understand it, over that funding was equivalent to $700,000, $800,000. So I'm just trying to understand, was there a reason why the top 6 proposals not rated? I mean, what is the justification? I need to.
Okay, I'm gonna let Ms. Bofi respond to that as coordinator of the committee.
Do you mind? So the first thing that I would say is, here you have these, I guess, 69 proposals after 10 get disqualified. So the reason for raters is to narrow the field, right? So you have all of these proposals, and as a BESE member, as it's a voluntary service position, I only have a certain amount of time, and that time is not to read all 69 of these proposals. So by having the raters, we narrowed the field down. Now, based on narrowing the field down, my request to staff is to say, we're going to get all this information back from the raters, but you know day in and day out what we value as a board. And so based on the information that comes back from the raters that narrows the field down from you, you give us input as to what the best way for us to proceed. Now, we sat there, Ms. Hill was there, Ms. Bradford was there, Mr. Romer was there. We sat there with the recommendation of staff, just like we get the recommendation of the department staff every time we have a meeting. We used that recommendation and the information that we had in front of us, and we took each item and we thought about not just the material in the item and what kind of outcomes that information would produce for students, but also at what cost. And we thought about how those things all work together with a very limited amount of money. And based on that information and going through all of this, right, like we could have read all 69. I don't believe that you have time for that. We didn't have time for that. We have raters that were able to help us. We have staff that was able to help us. And we brought to the board a proposal that the board approved. Okay. And at no point did I know who any of these people were. We looked at what was in the proposals and the information that had been narrowed down to us and came up with a proposal that this board approved. I don't know how to have any more, I don't know how to have a fairer process than that. Now, if you can help us come up with a fairer process, then I would be happy to hear what you have to say. But I think we were very fair in the way that we operated. And I also want to say that when you talk about the time the educators invested in creating these proposals, I think that that is time well spent. So maybe they didn't get funded this year, or maybe they're not just going to rely on 8G, but they also had a time to sit down and think about, if they had extra money, what could they do to support the kids in their district? I don't think that that's a loss. I think a lot of people will benefit from the work that happened here.
Okay, if I may respond, that's a matter of opinion, Ms. Bofi. I can, you can put flowers on it if you will, but these people invested a lot of time and energy, effort, thinking that there was a fair and objective process. There was. Well, that's your opinion. Now, you made the statement, what we value as a board. Well, I can tell you the criteria are set forth in our document, in that 7, 8, 10-page document. No one knew that the core BESE members, the core group, would devalue the ratings or rankings of the readers. I mean, once again, I have to ask, why did we read them? Why didn't you, what you value as a board, why didn't you say Jumpstart? These 10 rated proposals, as I see it, they met the criteria outlined in the document that's in your folder. So again, I know from my perspective, I would be reluctant in the future to submit any proposal in a competitive process when the criteria are discounted as I see it. And I would like Ms. Hill to respond because
Well, I just want to have clarity because I was one of the members of the work group, the AG work group committee. Now, to my understanding, Heather Cope, there were 69 proposals. However, Ms. Cope and the AG team got together, and then you guys narrowed it down to 20, the top 20. This is my understanding. And when we had our meeting, we didn't get all 20 proposals. There were only 7 submitted to us. And within that 7, it was told to us that these were the top rated 7 proposals. And that's what my understanding. And so I remember someone asking the question, how did we average the score? You say you guys took the highest score of the Lord and you did an average. And so that's how we were able to get the score. So I don't know what information Ms. Beebe has been explained, but I know what I participated in.
If I can just respond. Ms. Hill, we asked the work group, and I'm pretty sure you were in the room because we had everyone in the room. Mr. Romer showed up late, and that was it. Everybody else was there. We asked you all if you wanted to consider all 69, the top 21, or the 8 that we recommended, and you all chose to start with the 8. And then once we finished going through the 8, we said, do you want to go through the remaining 13? Do you want to look at all the others? And you all said, let's talk about the 8, and from that you came up with 6 to recommend from the board. And we gave you the ratings for all of them, so you could see that the scores that the readers provided. We made no assertion that they were the top 8 in terms of ratings, and as we laid out in the guidelines on page 9, that we said that the work group would make recommendations from the board based on the readers' ratings. There was no assertion in the guidelines that it would be the top whatever number of proposals in terms of the readers that would come before the board. I know previously that's what happened, and we've certainly learned through this process that we'll need to really make that clear to applicants in the future that we're not following the same process as had been followed previously, because there was a lot of misperception among applicants, and Kim's team did a great job of really explaining that to people when they would call or email asking questions. But it's really clear in the guidelines that the work group would make a recommendation to the board using information that the readers provided, but not based solely on those numbers.
Right. And I just want to make clear that the 8 that were submitted to us, from the board perspective, I'm not going to speak for the other members. Let me speak for myself. The 8 that was submitted to us, I was under the impression that these were the 8 that you, the executive director, and the AG team worked together to say that these were the top 8 that needed to be submitted to us. We didn't have time, like Ms. Bophy said, to go through all of them. So we trust your judgment and your integrity that this was a fair process, and that the 8 that was given to us, that these were the top 8. And that's my perspective.
Mr. Romer?
I mean, I stand behind the 8 that we recommended to the work group, and you all selected 6 of them. Okay. So,
Mr. Romer?
Yeah, I would just say, look, there were lots of, there's probably no discernible difference between log number 140 and log number 162, okay, if you look at the list and the score they got. Staff was asked to narrow down the field for us to make a decision and bring one that could be made to this board. I can only imagine if we brought 69 applications to this board and tried to allocate 8G money, total chaos would break out. So to insinuate, look, was it a fair process? It was a fair. Does that mean that every good application got money? No, not every good application got money. So, but you have to narrow the field somehow. We did a combination of a scoring system done by the readers. We asked staff, knowing the priorities that this BESE board has established, to narrow down the top people for us to consider. And that's what we did. And we presented that to this board for approval. I don't know that that's a perfect process, but to insinuate that it was somehow less than legitimate is not fair. It's not fair to the work group members. We had a work group member who resigned because he took another job. This work group did the best they could working with staff, and I think they did a very good job doing it. And if we can improve the process next time, we ought to improve the process next time. But I think this discussion's gone long enough, and I call the question.
We do have 2 comment cards.
Mr. Chairman.
And if I may, Mr. Lee, because I'm going to respond to Mr. Romer, I am questioning the legitimacy. Who made you guys? There was a process, and I want to know, Ms. Heather Cope, where is Jumpstart in this rating? You know what, and I will also add, the public questions outcomes and there's distrust with this body and with the LDOE, and I think it's legitimate. Yes, sir, Mr. Romer, legitimate to distrust, because the process is here. I am questioning the legitimacy. And it's not about sour grapes.
Dr. Beebe,
I have an
Dr.
issue
Beebe,
with the public thinking.
The question's been called.
You don't want to know the
Point
truth.
of order.
Yes, sir.
I don't think a person can speak and then say, I call for a question.
What are the rules here relative to calling question? You have to vote on calling the question, right?
I think all of us should have an opportunity.
I don't disagree. Let me go ahead and we'll vote on calling the question, and then we'll come back if it's the will of the
I mean,
board.
if Mr. Lee feels strongly that he wants to speak, I don't mind. I mean, I didn't mean to cut you off, Mr. Lee.
You withdraw it?
That wasn't the point of me calling the question. I think we've had several members who have spoken now. If other members would like to speak, I'm fine with that.
Thank you, Mr. Romer. Mr. Lee?
I have several questions. First, I'd like to know, how much money are we talking about? How much was this competitive grant?
1.7 million.
Pardon me?
1.7.
1.7 million?
Yes, and we received the 69 proposals that totaled more than 30 million.
The 6 that were funded, did they all receive an equal amount?
No, they did not.
How was it decided how much each recipient would receive?
All of the applicants submitted their proposals with a certain dollar amount, so up to $1 million for local education agencies, so school districts, charter schools, independent schools, and then state agencies. Wait, is that correct, Kim? Yeah, state agencies could exceed that. So all of the proposals had different dollar amounts. Only 2 of the 6 were funded at their full request level. The work group looked at the proposals from each of the applicants and came up with an adjusted amount that they then recommended to the board based on conversations with prospective awardees to see if a reduced amount would work for their project. We wanted to give folks the opportunity to say, you know, if it's less, we can't make it work. And so all of those folks came back saying a reduced amount would work for them, and that's what was brought to the board.
So they were not funded based on a percentage of their proposal. Somebody made decisions about how much. Who was it made those decisions?
The work group looked at the budgets of each of the proposals and sort of thought where they might be able to reduce. It wasn't equal across the board, was it? It wasn't equal across the board. There wasn't a standard percentage. It was looking at, you know, could you remove a classroom from a proposal and reduce it by that much? Because we had to get down to 1.7.
So your staff made that decision?
We didn't make the decision. We looked at budgets and spoke with the work group about some possible options, and they actually ended up adjusting the amounts that staff had recommended since they didn't consider all of the recommendations that staff made and reduced the number down.
That's not simple enough for me to understand.
Mr. Lee,
May I?
Your staff made the recommendation decisions?
We recommended an adjustment to the work group, and then the work group looked at that recommendation.
Now, who is the work group?
The work group is made up of Mr. Romer, Ms. Hill, Ms. Bradford, and Ms. Bofi.
It's appointed by the board.
It's appointed by the board.
So the 4 BESE members
correct
decided how much each recipient would receive to get it up to the 1.7 million.
Correct, but Ms. Bofi.
Well, I believe it's more fair to say the board did. The staff gave us input, the work group made a recommendation to the board, and we brought it to the board to decide.
Well, I understand the board voted on it, but somebody had to make decisions to get it to the board.
Well, yes.
Mr. Chairman?
I have 2 comment cards, if I may. Let's get the public comment. Okay.
I'm not
Are you making us? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were getting ready to make a substitute motion.
No, I'm not making a motion. I'm making a comment.
Okay, please do.
I think this points out the problem with competitive grants using what was previously the 50% that was allocated to local education agencies based on a per pupil amount. That process has now been changed with an attempt to set up competitive grants. I think that just sets itself up for questions and concern, and I think that's all being brought out and made clear here today. I just think we need to seriously consider whether we want to continue with competitive grants or if we want to allocate the money to local education agencies on what has always been a very fair way to distribute the 8G funds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Lee. 2 cards, Ms. Berrios.
Lee Berrios, St. Tammany Parish. First of all, I want to say that if it hadn't been for Dr. Beebe at the last meeting even bringing this up, there's no way the public would know about this. Matter of fact, I'm sure the BESE members that weren't on the committee would know how these grants were allocated. There's no implication here. It's obvious that a process that was established was not carried out. It was manipulated, and we seem to be having a lot of that lately with numbers. And I don't understand the top 10 aspect of it. Maybe I misunderstood. But according to the chart, the grants were given to number 2, 3, 4, 16, 20, and 21 on the rating chart. So I don't understand that whole argument about it. We still don't know, and I think it needs to be published, or I'm certainly going to file an information request, how much to see these grants that were awarded, number one, to see how much each of them had asked for in their grants and how much they were actually awarded. And then, of course, the other question is, isn't this one of those grants where the Department of Ed also was one of those that got money for the Jump Start program? So those are all issues. There's no way that you would present this to a student in a class and expect them to accept anything that you as a teacher for the rest of the year said was fair. Parents would never accept a grading system or any other kind of selection system based on this happening when a process was set up and people went to the expense and the time to fill out these grants, and then it was totally ignored. Thank you.
Ms. Royal.
Good afternoon, board members. Process is very important. And when you're a public entity, there is such a thing as the public trust. And when you're dealing with a process and you disregard the process, you have staff make recommendations. Why have a ranking system, a rating system? Why pay people to look at proposals and rate them and give them ratings and call it a competitive process if the top rated programs are not the ones that are recommended to the BESE board? It really looks to me as a citizen that staff made these recommendations and these are staff's personal favorite products. Well, the Louisiana Department of Education, the budget is not for your own pet programs. It's not your own personal slush fund for the programs you think should be funded. If people go through the process of completing a grant proposal, understanding that they're going to be ranked and rated in a competitive system, that should be respected. It's only what's fair. This is what we would expect from our children, and you should do that as well. Be fair. Treat people fairly. Thank you.
If I may, real quick.
Mr. Roman.
Listen, I'll keep it very brief. Let me be certain. I want to make.
The question was called, sir, if I remember.
I want to make certain here. Staff brought to the work group the options on every step of this.
Mr. Chairman,
I want to be fair to the staff.
The question was called.
It was withdrawn, Dr. Beebe. If you'd like to speak
I want to
again,
be
you
fair
may.
to the staff now. Okay, they put a lot of work in this. On each step of the way, they asked the work group For instance, do you want to see all 69 applications, or do you want us to narrow it to the top 20? Out of the top 20, would you like us to pick the top 10 that meet the criteria that BESE has established in their goals? So every step away, let's be fair to staff, whether you agree with recommendations of the work group or not, let's be certain the staff gave the work group the option in each instance along the way. And what ultimately got presented to us was a narrowed down list that met the priorities of BESE. And within that list, the working group picked those that we thought we could fund most closely to the full amount and get the most bang for the buck that met our priorities. Not a perfect system. I guarantee you there were some good applications that did not get chosen. This gives us consideration for the future. But I just want to be certain here that, forget me. The work group put in a lot of work themselves, and the staff, on every step of the way, the staff gave the work group the options. Do you want all 69? Do you want the top 20? Do you want us to narrow it to the top 10? So I just want to be publicly clear about what staff did and did not do. And if I may, Mr. Lee, because I thought you brought up a good question, let me give you an example. We had 2 recommendations that were technology based. They were going to use computers, for instance, in a certain type of training. Well, in one application used a certain type of computer that cost I'm making the exact number up, but the certain type of computer cost $900 a computer. The other application used a computer that cost $300 a computer. They used a different type. The first applicant was approached and said, is it possible for you to use the $300 computer so we can give you slightly less money and still achieve everything and give the other applicant some money? So there were decisions made along the way, but in each instance, the staff asked the working group for guidance on which direction we wanted to go. And we brought to this board the best recommendation that we can make, given the priorities that we had, given the limited number of dollars we had in this competitive grant process, and given the large number of applicants that we received. I would say we received over $30 million in applications for just about $2 million in money. It is very difficult to narrow that down. And so I want to make certain it's clear how this, you may disagree with the work group, and we had that vote already. The work group came back with a unanimous selection on it 6. I will say that. And there are very few things we do on BESE that are unanimous. Thank you.
Dr. Beebe.
Okay, I'm going to be brief, but to the point, approximately $18,000 were spent to have a fair and objective outcome. And then we hear that it met the priorities of BESE.
The goals.
The goals, well, I think every proposal met the goals of BESE because there were criteria. There were established criteria. And I don't care what anyone says on this board, the fact remains there was a manipulation of outcomes. Some had preferential, the core committee, the 4 members, you spoke for BESE. Yes, it was brought to BESE's attention in April. I questioned it, but I didn't have the materials before me. The 4 of you were at an advantage because you had the information. I requested a copy of 79 proposals. I was told that wouldn't happen, and what I presented to you was provided to me by BESE staff. So I just think this process is flawed, and I don't know of any other. I'm telling you, I'm going to tell the person in my district to seek an outside source, an outside funding source, because this is not a fair and objective process. And it's not about St. Martin Parish. It's about those 79 individuals who thought they were going to get a fair opportunity to get money for their systems.
If I may, Ms. Beebe, I will make one point, and this is not a personal. You weren't shown the proposals because you were an applicant. That's all. And I don't mean that personally as a human being that couldn't be trusted. I mean that it wasn't fair to the other applicant for you to be shown all 79 when they weren't shown all 79. So it wasn't as if that was a blind decision made without some thought being put into it. It was us making sure that as an applicant, you were no more than a number, and this is for your own protection, you were no more than a number on this list as every other person was a number.
Mr. Lee?
I think we need to recognize the effort of the staff and the 4 board members that served as the committee. I don't see that there's any question, but that all were objective and all were trying to do it the best they could. It was not an easy process. It was not, and it was not something that had been done before. So it certainly was not an easy task. But just think about all the hours that the 79 proposals, all of the local people, how much time and effort they put into writing proposals. And then bottom line is 6 entities. I don't know who these entities are. I don't know if they were all school systems or not. But 6 recipients received $1.7 million. I'm going to make a motion that, and certainly not against what anybody has done, the effort they've done, their interest in trying to be objective, their interest in trying to ensure that BESE is distributing money the most objective way it can. But I move that we go back to the 50-50 distribution of the 8G money. 50% going distributed to local school systems on a per pupil basis, which means all of them would get some money. And most all of them, as I appreciate it, use that money for early childhood education. So it clearly was used for a good purpose. But that we go back to the 50% awarded to local school systems, the other 50% used on what has been called statewide projects used by the State Department of Education, recognizing that a small amount is used for administration. So that's my motion, that we go back to the 50-50 allocation.
So we have a motion by Mr. Lee and a second by Dr. Beebe, and I need clarification because I do not know. This was an item to receive Dr. Beebe's report. It is under the 8G competitive grant program, so I'm assuming that it's applicable to take this motion up under this item?
Yeah, after you receive the discussion.
Yeah, we don't have we didn't have a motion to receive the discussion. Okay? All right, so we're good.
You need the motion to receive it.
But we have another motion on the floor right now.
Yeah.
Well, I'll include that with my motion, that we receive this report, and I move that we.
I have a question, if I may, on the motion. Is that retroactive to? I
No,
believe
no.
we've already.
No,
Is that looking forward?
well, no, I'm assuming this has already been awarded.
It has been. That's why I want to make sure you knew, and I want to make sure everybody was on the same page.
It has or has not?
It has.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to make it retroactive, and I want to stress, I appreciate what everybody's done. It's not a matter of pointing fingers, but I think we can see what a can of worms we've opened.
Ms. Bofi?
So the first comment is, I don't believe this is germane to this item. His motion is germane to this item. And once we determine whether or not it is, then I'd like to have a discussion about what Mr. Lee is proposing and what that would mean for our students and our educators and our board.
Can I get legal clarification?
What did she ask me?
Bridget, we're going to need counsel to determine the germaneness of this motion. Can you ask counsel to come and be present? Thank you.
I mean, I don't mind, Mr. Lee, if you're open to the idea of us getting a response to that and considering it tomorrow, that specific item, if we have to wait some time for a response. I'll certainly entertain that at that moment. versus delaying this further to get this response.
I agree with that.
I wasn't the maker of the motion, so that's just a suggestion.
Point of order. I think the chair can decide whether it is germane or not, and if someone, not the chair, wants to challenge that, they can challenge the chair's ruling. Majority of the board members voting determines that challenge. I don't think we need to go to legal counsel to get advice on this if we don't want to.
Well, the other piece is we don't need the department's attorney to advise since they were an applicant also. So that would be another complication of the department's attorney to advise, right? Yeah.
We have a normal, just for a point, we have a normal point in the year that we always consider this allocation.
Mr. Lee, if acceptable, well, what I would like to do is to take this up at the appropriate time for next year, and let's go ahead and receive this report. And we'll have an item at the August meeting that'll address this particular item, if that's acceptable to you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
And that way we'll be flush. Okay? So I need a motion to just receive the report in a second.
I'll so move.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Do I have a second? Smith, any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
On page 128, item 5.1, consideration of the special school district budget. The recommendation is to receive.
Do I have a motion to receive? Ms. Bophy, seconded by Ms. Bradford. Any discussion on 5.1? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
On page 130, item 5.2, consideration of federal state grants and allocations to LEAs, Type 2 charters, Type 5 charters, approved non-public schools and community-based organizations. The recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion to approve? Ms. Bradford, a second. Ms. Bophy, would you like to comment?
I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, you see in front of you, as you saw in the backup, a very large number of items. These are allocations that are made, they will start at the start of the fiscal year, and the reason that they're coming to you now is that the state budget was just finalized, and the federal grant cycle is about to turn over as well. So now is the time when, prior to the start of the fiscal year, districts receive all of their allocations, and these allocations are here for your consideration. That means that these are not, we're not requesting more money. We're not coming to you asking you to approve a contract. These are direct allocations to schools and school systems. And I can just describe briefly what they are. First, our McKinney-Vento, and then we can come back, and if you have specific questions, you can tell me then. Our McKinney-Vento federal grants made to school systems on behalf of students who are homeless. Second, our Believe and Succeed allocations provided to school systems and schools around the state seeking to create school leadership pipelines or to transform struggling schools. School improvement grants turn around the lowest achieving schools in the state through federal grant programs to LEAs specifically. The early childhood grants use child care development funds to fund the year 2 of our network pilots, including, and also state general fund. We have a small, just $100 grant to a teacher leader. Believe and Prepare are the programs, some of which you considered earlier, that are partnerships between teacher preparation providers and school systems to develop practitioner-based models whereby teachers will be educated in the classroom. Jobs for America's Graduate is funded through TANF dollars, which are federal funds for low-income families that are funded for dropout prevention services. PBIS is Behavioral Intervention Services, supported through federal funding, provided through school systems. There are also a variety of special needs funds, and that's actually, sorry, in the contract services. Those are the allocations that are here for your presentation today. I'm happy to answer questions about any one of them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent White. Ms. Bophy?
Superintendent White, I have a question. In a number of these, you talked about them being grants. Why do you allocate these as grants and not just divide them out evenly among anyone who would be interested in the money?
Most of these are contingent on the district or the school having a plan. So in other words, they submit the plan and we fund the plan. There are plenty of them where the district or the school chose not to opt into the program, or where the plan really wasn't very well thought through and that kind of issue. So those do not get funding. But the ones that are very well thought through and obviously have an outcome that you would seek, those would be awarded funding.
Okay, we have 3 comment cards. Ms. Sachs, Debbie Sachs. 5.2.
Legislative Auditor Darrell Pupera's recent report with respect to Open World Family Services found that funds were misappropriated, misspent, and mishandled to the tune of $300,000. I would like to ask BESE to have more oversight with respect to contracts or grants entered into or inherited by John White and the Louisiana Department of Education. Obviously, there's little to no oversight and accountability, as was the case with InBloom, Agileaks, the data sharing agreement between the Louisiana Department of Education and the Louisiana Workforce Commission, Open World Family Services, and now, with the question surrounding development of unique identifiers, Superintendent White stated here today that any unique identifier system that we had were for assessment purposes only. But in the 2011 Louisiana application for a grant under the State Fiscal Stabilization Fund, it very plainly states that we have completed a unique statewide, not internal, student identifier that does not permit a student to be individually identified by the users of the statewide, not internal, longitudinal database system. What is stated in that application and the Race to the Top applications is contradictory to what Mr. White has stated here today. This needs to be investigated together with all grant applications and contracts entered into or inherited by Superintendent White. Thank you.
Ms. Sarah Wood. Ms. Berrios.
Lee Berrios, St. Tammany, retired teacher. That you just heard is why I always come up here for these grants to question them, to try to get you all to look a little bit deeper into them, and for the public. On page 131, I just want to make a statement. Believe and succeed. New school development. Superintendent White, your brief explanation of that really doesn't match up to what I read in this. It says the purpose of these funds is to provide for the creation of new schools to serve students who currently attend D or F schools. Okay, that totally, we know what that's about. It's about opening new charters, but it's an absurdity. Okay, if we have students in D and F schools, first of all, federal law says they have the right to transfer to another school. Problem is, these charters have limited capabilities. Some have very, very small populations. So that federal law is basically meaningless. But
Can I just interrupt you? I just before because
okay.
What you said is not accurate. I just want to make sure the board hears an accurate information.
Not accurate, because I want to
I'd be happy
understand.
to. The grant recipients for this grant are East Feliciana Parish, Red River Parish, Tangipahoa Parish, Avoyles Parish, Caddo Parish, Jefferson Parish, Natchitoches Parish, Rapides Parish, Recovery School District, St. Bernard Parish, and St. Helena Parish. These are traditional public school systems.
Then why does it say to provide for the
District.
creation of new schools?
You can have new schools, new traditional public schools.
Well, this is news to me. So you're telling me these parishes are going to they're getting this money to open new schools? Traditional schools?
Correct.
This is extra money?
This is the second year this has happened. It's in the
Seriously,
background.
and they're not charter schools?
Some of them may be charter schools, but their school systems are receiving them too. I said Recovery School District.
Thank you for that information. That's
Thank you.
total news to me. I'm going to look into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on 5.2?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Lee.
Tell me, I need an explanation on this I guess the one y'all were just talking about, the 5.2, is that the number 2? On the...
Believe and succeed?
Yes. Just based on what's here, it looks like, Superintendent White, this is helping the D and F schools. Is this
Yes, sir.
statewide?
This is statewide. It's a competitive process, so districts apply for these funds. But, I'll just tell you just a couple of instances. You look at last year, I remember I went up to Natchitoches, Avoyelles, and Rapides, and we did an announcement together of some of the data team work that was being done in DNF schools in Rapides Parish, and some of the leadership development that was being done in struggling schools in Avoyelles and Natchitoches. With the help of Orchard and Rapides Foundations, I think is some of the best work that's going on in the state. Look, the fact of it is, you're not going to be able to do the New Orleans model, whether you like that model or you don't. We need an Alexandria model. We need a Natchitoches model. We need a different model from every different place, and what they've done in central Louisiana is an incredible example of that. Now, take Jefferson Parish. I see some of my friends from Jefferson Parish. There you've got a system where you've got a turnaround zone of schools. They've got charters, they've got traditional district. They've got a mix. So this is about giving people who are the most creative the resources to solve their greatest challenges, and most of those are traditional public school systems, not charters.
I understand. I'm assuming now where you're working with local school systems, they need to be receptive. They need to feel like it's something they need and something they're willing to do.
Yes.
Because this requires some intervention.
Yes, sir.
Into those systems.
That's right. But I will tell you, if you talk to Superintendent Lemoyne, Superintendent Duke, Superintendent Audemont, you talk to Superintendent Meza, these are the kind of people who are interested in this work. No one has to do this kind of stuff. This is about those leaders and their teams.
Right. And I think this is a great approach. But at some point, we're going to have to help those who cannot or will not help themselves, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, sir. And when you produce that plan, I'd like to meet with you.
Any further discussion on 5.2? Any objection to the motion? Motion carries.
Take care of that.
Next item.
On page 164, item 5.3, consideration of LDE contracts and leases of $50,000 and over. The recommendation is to approve.
Do I have a motion to approve? Dr. Moranti? Ms. Smith, was that a second?
I just have a question.
Would you mind, Ms. Smith, if I just walk through it? Okay, thank you.
Do I have a second to the motion?
I'll second.
A second.
Ms. Jones? Okay, thank you.
Members, most of these you will see are contracts that are specific to specific services, and many of them are connected with funding streams that are very specific in nature, like IDEA. These are long-time state services that the state has provided, as I said, predominantly through IDEA, and I'm happy to talk through each one. Now, that does include testing. That is also a long-time service provided by the state, so there is a testing contract in this as well. I'm happy to walk through any one of them with you, but I just wanted you to be aware that most of these are contracts that are just turning over for services that the state typically has provided, using funding that, for the most part, is dedicated to that specific function. I'm sorry, Ms. Smith, I cut you off.
That's okay. Just look on page 177. I just did have a question about and you'll have to remind me now, it's been a while, the charter, the Type 5 charter schools were in the RSD, and they are no longer in the RSD, is that?
They are. If it is a Type 5 charter, it is in the RSD.
Okay, so then the LSU Health Science Center, that particular contract, is that only available for the Type 5 charter schools, or is it available for, let's say, any school system that, or is it just charter Type 5?
I believe this is specifically for schools in Orleans Parish. It says Type 5 charter schools, but I know that the objective is for schools that are beyond Type 5s in Orleans Parish as well.
So the answer is, so if I get a call from someone that's not in a 5 charter school, it could be possible that they could be eligible for this money too?
It is, yes. I mean, this is a geographically located service, of course. This is at LSU Health Sciences Center in Orleans Parish, so it's a regional service.
But if another school system in that region wanted, okay.
Yes.
So it's not just limited to the.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Ms. Barrios, we have one comment card. You're the beginning and the last.
Lee Barrios, St. Tammany. I know you all expect me to come down here and complain about something or be against something, but in this particular, and I am if I feel like there's a
Why
need
would you
for
say that?
Don't get me started. But in this particular case, I want to tell you how wholeheartedly I support the grants for the Families Helping Families organization. I've learned a lot from those people. I taught gifted students. This is for the special ed population. And it's an amazing organization. I'm most familiar with St. Tammany. Saturday, I attended a workshop, and it was a presentation by 2 ladies who were instrumental in advocacy, parents of special ed students, years ago in the beginning with the Developmental Disabilities Council, and it was truly amazing. And so I told them that I was going to come encourage or support this today, and one of the parents sent me a note, and I'd like to read it to you because it explains best what Family Helping Families is about. I might also add, I also have to add this, correct me if I'm wrong, Superintendent White, but I believe their funding has been cut somewhat in a year or for several years, and I encourage you to work hard to get that funding back up. But she said, I remember the first time I contacted Families Helping Families almost 6 years ago. I had just received the news that my only child, Jack, had autism. I cried the whole way home across the causeway, feeling panic-stricken and lost. The developmental pediatrician had given me the Family Helping Families number as a resource. When I got home, I felt an urgent need to start helping my son. Right away, I called them, and it was the best decision I ever made. I requested to speak to a parent with a child with autism, and they set me up with somebody immediately. I was informed at a state educational conference, and they assigned me up to attend the following weekend. That was the beginning of my journey. And she goes on to talk about all the services that Family Helping Families provides. She says, finally, they have taught me the importance about advocacy, not only for my son, but for all of those with a developmental disability. My participating in the Partners in Policymaking program offered through the Developmental Disabilities Council and our Region 9 Lacan and Lateach advocacy groups, I've learned so much more than what could be taught in a textbook, and that is the importance of our disability community, as well as our role in trying to change the system to help our loved ones get the support and services they need to remain with their families and to be a part of society, not hidden from it. And that's how I learned, and that's the appreciation I've gained for this community, and I hope that you will try in the future to improve the funding for these organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios.
I have a question for Superintendent White. Just to piggyback on what Ms. Smith made reference to, so within these contracts, anyone that lives in the New Orleans area can reach out to these providers for these services?
Which one are you referring to? I'm sorry.
177. It is not only applied to the Type 5. So if I'm a Type 2 charter or non-public charter.
This is like a consulting service provided directly to schools. I think that, as Ms. Smith asked, I think if a school in the Orleans Parish area were interested in having these services, I don't think we'd hesitate to make them available. This is just an area where, as you know from what you do every day, schools really struggle.
Right.
And making this service available to them is important. In New Orleans, there really is not the infrastructure that's needed to help these schools. That's not true everywhere, thank the Lord, but it is true there. And I think if a school wanted to reach out, they could get help.
So do they reach out to the vendor or to LDOE? That's my question.
They'd reach out
to
they could just reach out. If you'd like to put them in touch with me, I'd be happy to put them in touch with our people and on the ground.
Okay.
And just as a follow-up, if I might, I think where the concern was that when it says Type 5 charter schools, And so most of those are obviously going to be in New Orleans, Baton Rouge area, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if every award, every dollar was spent in the New Orleans, Baton Rouge area with Type 5 charters, but we're still saying that it would be open to those that are not just Type 5 charters.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
That's where I think the problem is it looks like that only Type 5 charters are getting it.
Well, that's our mistake, and clearly, and this is the spirit in which we try to operate with the schools in Orleans Parish. If there's a service for Type 5 charters and somebody else wants to get involved, we're not going to hesitate.
So they just need to be informed that they can also be part of the process.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
On page 195, item 5.4, consideration of a report from education finance staff concerning Type 2 charter school budgets and expenditure reports, including irregularities or concerns. The recommendation is to receive.
Do we have a motion to receive? Ms. Bradford, second. Ms. Jones?
Yes.
Lawrence Jones? Okay. Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Berrios? Thank you. Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Page 198, item 5.5, consideration of fiscal dialogues as a result of the fiscal risk assessment processes. The recommendation is to approve.
Do we have a motion to approve? Ms. Bofi, second. Ms. Bradford, thank you. Any discussion from the board?
Now, I'll ask a question. So those that are reported as having deficiencies, there is a procedure or policy in place now that would require them a certain amount of time to rectify the situation?
Well, there is not a specific time limit, but we engage in different stages of intervention with them prior to updating you again as a board. And one thing that I'm very happy with this year is that some of the groups that were in last year's dialogue status, in particular those that we were most concerned about, one of them, Algiers Charter School Association, which had a couple of schools that were operating in a deficit mode last year, you may recall, they're off of that list. I'm also thrilled that a couple of parishes, in particular St. Landry, is in a better spot than it was before, and I'm very grateful to the leadership in that school system, which I know you know well. And at the same time, we're going to enter into dialogue with these schools, and that corrective action tends to get people in a better place, be it a traditional school system or a charter school. We're not bringing anyone to you that there's the need for concern at this point at the board level.
Ms. Berrios, comment card? Thank you. Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
Page 213, item 6.1, consideration of a report from education finance staff concerning Type 5 charter school budgets and expenditure reports, including irregularities or concerns. The recommendation is to receive.
Do we have a motion? Ms. Spokey, second by Ms. Jones. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Berrios? Thank you. Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item. On 6.1?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please come up. My apologies.
What does the T stand for? Okay.
It's a lot of paper. Sure. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Frank Buckley. I'm with C6, a Conscious Concerned Citizens Controlling Community Changes, and we have some irregularities with some of these charter schools. To give you a little update, Leslie Jacobs was the founder of the Recovery School District. She went to Houston right before the storm and came back with Kip. Kip the founder of KIPP name is Richard Boyd. He's the CEO of KIPP. He's married to Wendy, K-O-P-P. Take out the O, put an I, you got KIPP. She's with Teach for America. Problems we having with KIPP. Number one, and you look in your documents, a teacher embezzled $70,000. In the write-up, they don't have the teacher's name. They just said that embezzled $70,000, paid the money back, you can go. KIPP stands for what they say, Knowledge is Power program. The students in New Orleans, some of the students in New Orleans say it's Kids in Prison program. They say they feel like they're being treated like prisoners. There's a teacher that wrote me a letter from Psy Academy. Say she quit her job because she didn't like the way the kids at Psy Academy was being treated. Now, when you say prisoners, you have tape on the floor. If my classroom is here, my next class is right there. I just can't come out and go straight across the hall. I have to come out the class, walk down the line, high school students, walk down the line, get to the end of the hallway, come up, come down the other line before I can go into class. Never in my life, as a student or a teacher, I treated high school students that way. When kids beginning to say they feel like they are in prison. Another irregularity. I had a grandparent of a child from KIPP, come over to my house and explain to me how a KIPP teacher or personnel came over to her house and read the LEAP test to her child. That's an irregularity. Test material should not be leaving the building. It should be secured at the beginning and the ending of every test, not leaving the building. Because of all irregularities, we filed a Title VI complaint with the Department of Education. I have 2 copies of it here. I will give it to you. It's about 26 pages long. When John White was given the complaint, his comment about it, we called it a joke. He called a 26-page document about a civil rights complaint that the people in New Orleans, we hear, a joke. There's nothing funny about what our kids are going through. I sat down in John White's office in August the 9th, 2011, and I was telling him about cheating. And his response to me was that he was not going to investigate my allegations of cheating. So I asked him, I said, we're talking about cheating. He responded again, I'm not going to investigate, but I will monitor. On August the 14th, I sent him an email letting him know how discouraged I was in the conversation we had where you have an educator telling the superintendent at that time of RSD that there's cheating going on, and he said he's not going to investigate. On August the 18th, I received a letter from RSD dated August the 18th saying that my date of separation was 6/24/11. They backdated. That's the reason then I had another letter that I received at the end of the school year saying I was displaced, which means I cannot work at this school, but I can go work at another school in a recovery school district. So when I filed the lawsuit, called the whistleblower lawsuit, they claimed, first they said I couldn't prove that cheating took place. I sent them the information proving that cheating took place. Then they came back and they said, you waited too long to file your claim. You should have filed it before May 19th, which was the displacement date, not June 24th, which is the day you was actually receive a letter saying you was separated from the RSD, which was dated 8/18 from RSD. I don't know what's going on here. You know, I don't think this stuff is funny. Our kids are not being properly educated. They're trying to tell you that they're doing a better job than the people did before Hurricane Katrina. I talked to a professor from Delgado Community College. She stated to me before Hurricane Katrina, 25% of the students that entered Delgado Community College was reading at a 4th grade or below level. After Hurricane Katrina, what they're seeing now is 43% of the kids that come there are reading at a 4th or below grade level. But they keep telling you things are better in New Orleans. They're not listening to what the people in New Orleans are saying. So to hurry up,
We need you to go ahead and wrap up your comments,
Okay,
please,
so
Ms. Buckley.
let's do a quick investigation as to see if cheating happened.
You have 30
I
seconds.
thought I had 5 minutes.
It has been 5 minutes.
Okay, well, let me get to the quick investigation. In 2009, the school I worked at, Mary D. Cahill had an SPS score of 53 3/10. 2010, 65 5/10. 2011 was the year I reported that cheating was going on, 75%. John White told me he wasn't going to investigate, but he would monitor. The following year, they come out, SPS score of a 55 and a 57. If anybody would investigate anything, you'd have saw that cheating took place. People in Atlanta, teachers, superintendent went to jail for cheating. John White didn't investigate, nor did Chaz Rome. Somebody needs to investigate.
Thank you for your comments,
Somebody
Mr.
should be
Buckley.
going to jail.
Appreciate you being
Not
here.
helping the kids in New Orleans by telling these lies.
Michelle
Thank you for
Burton?
your time.
Thank you. Michelle Burton?
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
3 more minutes.
3 more minutes.
Actually, 2.5 because I gave you an extra 30.
Okay, so bottom line is this. We're asking the people in New Orleans that this lie stops. Charter school is not working in New Orleans. Some of them are doing fine, a lot of them aren't. There's cheating going on. You got a superintendent that doesn't investigate. Then you file a lawsuit. If you look at the other document, it tells you there's a tweet that's in it from John White, Gillian Stein, and Steve Bohr. And they talk about lawsuits. This page here. And they say, yes, lawsuits will be dismissed like they all have as of to date. So that's why they sit here and break all these laws, because they think they are above the law. But sooner or later, hopefully more sooner than later, somebody investigate John White, the president of this board, and some people need to go to jail, because if they went to jail for cheating in Atlanta, they should be going to jail for cheating in New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any objection to the motion on the floor? Motion carries. Next item.
Page 220, item 6.2, consideration of the 2014-15 budget for the Recovery School District. The recommendation is to defer.
So do I have a motion to defer?
So moved.
Mr. Romer, a second. Ms. Bradford? This was removed from consent. Is there other comment cards? Ms. Berrios? Thank you. Any objection to deferring? Ms. Dr. Moranti?
Mr. Chairman, this seems to be a recurring. Is there a possibility of moving that timeline, or is that a state statute?
I'm sorry, what's the question? Now, this is...
It seems to be a recurring request. So I'm just questioning whether or not we could change the timeline, or is this a state statute, so we keep it as is? Superintendent, I don't know.
I believe the reason is that the budget for the state, that it is in a statute that it shall be presented, or it's a policy 2 months ago, so in March, but the state budget is not completed until June. So essentially you don't know how much budget you have until the legislature acts, but the BESE policy requires that it be presented in, March or April, May. So it probably would be ideal to get this reconciled at some point and move the timeline to be in line with one another.
Any objection to the motion? Motion carries. Next item.
We can work on that, by the way, Dr. Moranti, if you're, yeah.
Good question.
Page 221, item 6.3, consideration of a review of the 2014-2015 budget for the Recovery School District. This was deferred from April. The recommendation is to receive.
Do we have a motion to receive? Ms. Bradford, a second?
Second.
Ms. Bophy, thank you. Appreciate you all hanging in there with me. Superintendent Dobar?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. I have them here. We're going to call.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Patrick Dobar, Superintendent of the Louisiana Recovery School District, and just wanted to take a minute and just walk through the proposed budget, and then, Mr. Chairman, be happy to ask any questions. And I just wanted to give an overall framing of where we are. So the budget materials that you see, they basically provide a picture for our 14-15 budget for the RSD as approved by House Bill 1 within the legislature. Beginning in the 14-15 school year, as you're aware, the RSD, particularly in New Orleans, our role is going to change to basically overseeing the governmental functions within the system of autonomous schools. And so we have 58 Type 5 charters in New Orleans and 6 other charter schools statewide, in which we still will have responsibility for. And so beginning in the 14-15 school year, the RSD, we will no longer have any directly operated schools. And this is something that we've been sharing with you as a board over the last year and a half as you've been looking at our transition plan. And so really this shift really aligns with the Recovery School District's theory of action, empowering educators and leaders that's closest to our children. And so what you will see is that our budget is basically adjusted to see that. You'll see a significant reduction in our budget. And I believe with the legislature, that was one of the things, you know, when they see decreases, you know, there's less conversation about it than in the past if they've seen increases in budgets. And so what I wanted to do is just at a very high level is walk through for you all the main bucket of work that we'll be doing, particularly in New Orleans, and how the funding is proposed to be budgeted out for that work. And so again, in New Orleans, we have 58 Type 5 charters. I'll just give the main areas, and if you need more depth, I will definitely go into it. So the main functions that we're going to continue to ensure for equity for all of our students is number one, around enrollment, so continuing the enrollment system, family resource centers, the student hearing office. Number two, we're doing a lot of strategic coordination, in particular around specialty special education programs, our New Orleans Early Education Network pilot programs for early childhood, and our career and technical education focus. Number three, citywide student services, so that's the creation of the Youth Opportunity Center, a therapeutic setting for students, and as well as the operation of the Early Learning Center. And these were all under the approved cooperative endeavor agreement that we just recently signed a few months ago with the Orleans Parish School Board. Within that, we still have our facilities work, school facility master plan to ensure that 100% of our students are in new, renovated, refurbished buildings, as well as the external affairs work, so continuing community engagement, liaison, doing the work with the school boards, the local school boards around the state, as well as district-wide communications. And then last, the last bucket of work is the citywide portfolio management. So we're still managing the lease and assets management of buildings, property, and that sort of thing. In Baton Rouge, again, we're providing strategic planning and coordination for all of our schools, the portfolio management, the launching of 5 new charter schools in Baton Rouge this fall. In Shreveport, continuing to work around the Caddo partnership agreement that we have with that parish as they've created the Caddo Transformation Zone. And what you'll see is that our operating budget, in order to account for this shift, our operating budget will decrease from $145 million in 2013 to $16 million this 14-15. And so the majority of this decrease is, again, is a $121 million decrease in MFP funds due to the closing of the direct run schools. Proportionally, we're also reducing our staff by 84%, from 583 employees in 2013-14 to 92 employees in 14-15. And so all of the staff associated with the direct run schools are in transition. Many of them knew 2 years ago, 3 years ago when they signed on what the phase-out schedule was for the schools. And I'm just extremely proud of the professionalism and the work that they've done to ensure that as we were direct running, they were still providing high-quality education opportunities for students, but also understanding our overall strategy. In addition, we have a number of other central office personnel that's transitioning, and what we're seeing is that, you know, this is just the culmination of a lot of hard work over the last several years, and now we're in this state where RSD's role, again, is just basically providing these functions of government that's going to ensure equity and high-quality options for all of our children, regardless of where they're at in the state. So I'll just stop there. I know you have more budget actual numbers in your packet, and I'm happy to address, as well as I have Betsy with finance for the department if there's any other questions that we may need from her to be answered. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Dobar. Any questions of the superintendent before we go to public comment? Ms. Bofi.
So about the staff, I think I read, I don't know where it was, but something about the
the people who aren't going to be employed anymore. And so I guess I was, it's not like students aren't going to need to be educated. It's just that different people will be educating them, right?
Yes, absolutely. So that's staff that we're transitioning.
Right.
Many of them have jobs already in those schools where the kids will be. So as you see the increase in numbers in other schools, we've had job fairs for our staff around the state. We've done just development for them. So this has been ongoing for several months. And so, the majority of our staff are just being hired in the charter schools, particularly in New Orleans, and even being hired in many positions outside of New Orleans in the districts where we won't have direct runs anymore. That's correct.
Thank you.
I have a question for you.
Ms. Hill?
You stated for the 2014-2015 school year, you guys will operate with the $16 million budget?
That's operating budget.
Right, it's
Yes.
operating budget, okay.
Yes.
For the 2013-2014 school year, what was the budget?
The operating budget for 2013-14 was $145 million.
Okay, so which means that you guys have decreased significantly?
Yes, because of the closure of the direct run schools, majority of that.
Okay, so I guess this question is for Superintendent White. With the decrease of funding in RSD, the amount that they have decreased, where is that funding going?
The money that's no longer going directly to the recovery school district, it just follows the child, so that wherever the children end up in school, that's where that money goes.
The majority of that is MFP funds, and so the money follows the child.
Okay, okay, I just want to make sure.
But you would have, if I may?
Sure.
Okay, but you would have had employee cost.
That's true.
So if you're not paying employee salaries, then that money, where does that money go?
Well, that's just MFP money, so it just goes wherever the kid goes to pay for whatever teachers are in those schools. Yeah, MFP pays for
Still
salaries.
MFP.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Delbar. We have 4 comment cards. Lee Barrios, Mr. Willie Calhoun,
I will be extremely brief.
thank you for hanging in there with us.
Yes. In terms of your budget, does the budget include summer school programs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you tell me where in New Orleans then do we have any summer school programs for the students?
I'm happy to provide a list.
Okay, so you're gonna, I guess I'll get that in the email or?
I'm happy to have staff provide a list. I don't know, we'll see.
Well, at present, there are a number of kids that does not, the summer school program is not being offered in the city. There's programs for those that's in some special need, but regular kids that were in the RSD schools do not have access to the summer school programs. And we've been hard pressed to find a facility that actually offers the program.
Well, Pastor, I think this is a detailed question, but I think, if there are particular schools you're concerned about, we'd like to know about it. Most of the schools in Orleans Parish now start early. They're starting most of the schools in July before
Well, I'm
August.
looking at kids that didn't pass.
Yeah.
That needs to go to summer school.
I'd like to know about those specific cases because those kids are required to be remediated at summer school if they didn't pass that LEAP test. So I'd like to know about that. We can correspond with Pastor Calhoun as soon as this is done. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Carl Galman.
Okay, my name is Carl Galman. I'm a member of C6, Conscious Concerned Citizen, Controlling Community Changes. I'm here today to talk about the Orleans Parish School Board and Recovery School District. You received $2 billion from FEMA to build 25 new schools, renovate and refurbish 50 schools, which come to a grand total of 75 schools. As of today, not one African American has received a major contract. But Jacobs Engineering, CS contractors from Pasadena, California, was allowed to be the project manager for the Recovery School District here in New Orleans, Louisiana. And yet they had no license. They signed a contract to serve as project manager. They did not receive their license until on August the 4th, 2010. Why would the Recovery School District hire a project manager without a license to operate? What did he know about the building codes of Louisiana? And I'm very much concerned about the fact that if we read the contract, in the contract it says that Jacob had to adhere to Title VI and Title VII of the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the David Bacon Act, Prevailing Wage Law, and the U.S. Department of Labor Executive Order 1126. Here is the list of the contracts for Jacobs. When he signed the contract was $18 million. You got 4 change orders that ran the contract to $28 million. Seemed like the Recovery School District is a cash cow for profiteers in the city of New Orleans. Also, I'm concerned about the money. Now, I've been in contact with Craig Fugate with FEMA. Also, we've been in contact with Homeland Security. Please listen carefully at the amount of money that FEMA appropriated to the following schools that have yet to be rebuilt or renovated 9 years after Katrina. Booker T. Washington, $57 million. George Washington Carver, $39 million. Edward Livingston, $39 million. You're working on Livingston right now, but it's not complete. I don't know whether it'll be ready for the next school year. Lawless High School, $35 million. Gaudet, $22 million. Arlington Memorial, $22 million. Jane Weldon Johnson, $14 million. Dr. Charles Drew, $19 million. Come to a grand total of $252 million. I wonder if the BESE board knows where this money is at today. Now, we have filed I've contacted the U.S. Attorney General's office. He referred us to the fraud, the criminal division of the U.S. Department of Justice. We have filed a formal complaint with the Justice Department. We're going to find out where this money is at. 9 years after Katrina, you still have yet to build schools. Also, I'm concerned about mothballing schools. You got money from Bill and C. Jones, $138,000. Israel Augustine, $145,000. Louis Armstrong, $125,000. Aretha Castle Haley, $109,000. $26,000 was received for fixing the roof at Andrew J. Bell. I'm concerned about what's happening to this money. You just cannot take federal money and do what the hell you want with it and shift it from one pot to another pot. You obtained this money because I remember when FEMA came in, they did appraisal of the damage of schools in all these parishes. Why is that all these schools have yet to be rebuilt after 9 years? Also, I'm concerned about the fact that Lester Jacob, who is the godmother of the Recovery School District, she was the one that was responsible for bringing in Jacob Engineering. What is the relationship between Lester Jacob and Jacob Engineering? Also, I'm concerned about schools that was named after African American heroes and sheroes like Carter G. Woodson. Today, you got KIPP Central Academy. Dr. Carter G. Woodson got his PhD from Harvard University. He was the founder of Negro History, which became Negro History Month. But yet you got KIPP Central Academy on the school. Ronald E. McNair, the second black astronaut, PhD in physics. But yet, on the school, you got Kip Believe. Thurgood Marshall, U.S. Supreme Court judge. That school was named after Capdo. It's Capdo on the school now. Capdo believed that African Americans only needed enough education to serve white folks. He eliminated education during the 1900s up to the fifth, going into the 5th grade for African Americans. But yet his name is on the school. Also, I'm concerned prior to Katrina, there was 51 schools in Albany Parish that were named after some of the cruelest slave owners and slave traders known to mankind. We got the school board to adopt a policy. We renamed 15 schools. Those schools have yet to be rebuilt. Arlington Memorial, Morris F.X. Jeff, Israel Augustine, Aretha Castle Haley, Barbara Jordan.
Mr. Gelman, I need you to wrap up your comments, please.
Dr. Ronald McNair, Louis Armstrong, Merle Banks, Lorraine Hansberry, Mary Churchill Terrell, Thurgood Marshall, Dr. Charles Drew, and Frederick Douglass. Why is that the school that we renamed, that was named after slave owners prior to Katrina, have yet to be rebuilt? But you build a school out on Paris Avenue in an area with a 0 break rate. If you check out the census tracts, you spend $34 million Lake Area School in an area with a 0 break rate, but schools in a city where kids need to go to school, you have yet to rebuild those schools. So the superintendent said, well, the civil rights charge was a joke. I'm going to see whether it's a joke, the charge we filed with the criminal division of the Justice Department. They're going to find out where all this money is going. So I advise you, stop going along just to get along, because something's going on very serious in New Orleans with this rebuilding schools project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Robinson?
Well, I have a question, and maybe you are likely to answer this. In regards to this general response, why is it that most of the schools that are named after prominent African American leaders, advocates, etc., civil rights movement individuals, why we are changing their name to KIP Believe or KIP whatever? I take really personal offense to that as an African American female, and I think that our community and our children needs to know who their leaders were and those who still are here presently. So why we're changing the names of these schools?
It's an important issue, important question, and it's one that we're trying to walk at the right balance on and get it right. Now, I'll tell you, I was at Woodson this weekend, and right there on the side of that building, it says Woodson. Now, the school that is operating that school building's name is KIP, but that building will forever be named Woodson. I also drove by the Drew site on St. Claude, and I saw that that sign says Dr. Charles Drew is being renovated. So we're going to have fewer buildings after the storm. Some of those buildings aren't going to exist anymore. They were destroyed by the storm or what have you, no doubt about it. But the buildings that are in that plan are getting rebuilt. And many of them, McNair, Drew, have those historic names, and they're getting rebuilt. Now, I would say this. Sir, what you say is extremely important, that these buildings get done. The money has been budgeted so that every child can have a renovated or refurbished or a new school building in the city of New Orleans. The question is, when can we do the job? Every one of those jobs has started. Some of them are at different stages. Some of them are moving as fast as we'd like, some of them aren't. And the reason is that rebuilding nearly 100 school buildings all at once or renovating them is not going to happen. You're right to hold us accountable for making sure that all those school buildings get done. We're committed to doing it. And preserving the names of the buildings is important.
And I would just like to make note for you, Superintendent White, that I would urge you to preserve the names of those civil rights leaders.
Thank you.
For the community and our children's sake.
Agreed.
Ms. Jones, and I'll get you, Dr. Beebe.
I just want to follow up on what the superintendent just said, which I'm happy to hear you saying, and I think that the comments don't fall on light ears, both around the importance of accountability and the importance of transparency. I think we have an opportunity through the Master Planning Oversight Committee, which is a structure that exists to ensure that the process remains transparent and clear to the public. And so I think really we as a board need to charge you to be accountable, and of course the superintendent to be accountable for carrying out the vision for the master plan, which is to ensure all of our children, all of them, not just some of them, get into high quality buildings, the ones that they deserve. And to this end, I'm calling a meeting for the Master Planning Oversight Committee in New Orleans within the next 2 weeks so that we can really look at the plan together, get really anchored on where we are transparently, and ensure that there is a level of public clarity on where we are towards the end of ensuring all of our children end up in high quality buildings.
I think that's fair.
Dr. Beebe?
Okay, and with that said, Ms. Orange-Jones, I would ask that you notify BESE members of the time and location.
Absolutely.
A date, so that we can attend, but because for several years now, I've heard of the master plan.
Yeah.
But also, I listened to the comments offered by the gentleman, and when we look at the experience of Katrina and the impact it had on Alabama, for example, those schools were built immediately. So I just can't wrap around my head why 9 years later we still have children in portable buildings. And I know the comment was made a couple of months ago where we have children in fact, it was a couple of weeks ago. But we still have we have children in portable buildings in systems, school districts throughout Louisiana. But again, the gentleman made reference to the FEMA dollars, and as I understand the use of FEMA dollars, they were supposed to be used to address a loss. And so I don't know why we have had all these years and yet we are not where we need to be in construction. So can anybody respond to that? I mean, that's
Well, you're talking about rebuilding an entire city's worth of buildings. But I take what Ms. Orange-Jones said. I want you to know that we don't take our responsibilities lightly, and we are fine to come whenever you want to have the meeting, to come and lay out transparently money and buildings, and we'll have the conversation.
Okay.
And
I'll follow up with this board.
Okay. And Superintendent White, I guess my last question would be in regards to the contracts. What is the bidding process? I mean, I keep hearing over and over again that this Jacobs construction company has had all the contracts in regards to rebuilding the schools. So what is the bidding process? Are we opening up the bidding process to everyone in New Orleans to bid to get the contracts, or are we just giving it to this particular group?
There is a project manager. That's one contract. That's the group that was talked about. That project manager has a hand in every job because they're the project manager for the whole, overseeing the whole thing. But there are a set of individual.
You've had your time. Thank you.
Each of these jobs, each of these buildings has then individual firms, whether it's the big construction firm or whether it's the smaller subcontractors that contract with these jobs. And we have, and since Superintendent Dobart and I have been involved, instituted disadvantaged business enterprise requirements that are well beyond what existed previously and even what's required. So I'm happy to talk it through, and in fact, we're going to receive a report, as we typically do, I believe, Superintendent, later in this meeting about the facilities master plan. I'm happy to update it further at that time, but the contracting process is no different from any other job.
And if there's a bidding process, what's the application process? I mean, are we doing a public announcement?
Ms. Hill, we'd be happy to provide that for you if you'd like.
No, I would like for him to explain to me publicly.
It's bid like any other public body. In this case, it's such a big program, there's a program manager, and then they procured engineers, and then each facility is publicly bid, and there's disadvantaged.
Well, apparently the community is not getting that information. So I would just like to know what's the process, Mr. Dobar, when we get to that item, and you can explain to me what is the public process in regards to notifying those individuals in the community who would like to bid for the product. Yeah. That's it.
Okay, we have one more comment card, Ms. Robinson. Did you have a card on 6.3? That's okay.
Okay. Good afternoon. Rowena McCormick Robinson, former certified teacher in Orleans Parish and currently a concerned parent of Orleans Parish. And I just want to give you some insight as to what's going on with the lunch program, specifically with the collegiate schools. And like I said before, in regards to lunch, I just want to read this because I don't want to miss out any details. My son, Russell Robinson, was refused lunch 3 days in a row from December 4th through December 6th, 2013. He would have been refused lunch for the rest of the year had I not found out. He was punished because he received 11 demerits on December 3rd, which was impossible because he wasn't even in attendance on that day, which was his birthday. Russell had asked me the day before if he could stay home because he did not want to be in a jail setting on his birthday. When he returned, he found out that he was punished. My only guess is that the school realized that my husband and I were two of the parents that were protesting outside of the school because of other injustices that had transpired earlier against my son and other students. Not feeding a child is ridiculous and inhumane. Even the prisoners get fed. And I also want to add that in order for him to continue to eat for the rest of the school year, which I took him out in December anyway because I was no longer going to take this, but in order for him to get food, he had to agree to serve an in-school detention. Remember, he hadn't done anything. He had to stay for detention, and in detention, lunch detention is what they call it. The students receive half of the portion of what the other students receive. A full lunch for a student at that school, for example, is 4 apple slices and 4 nuggets. On this particular day, when I asked him to go ahead and just take the lunch detention,
His lunch that day was 1 tortilla and sauce. He was not allowed to get water, milk, or juice. People feed their dogs better than that. Thank you.
May I ask, ma'am, thank you for being here. Have you been in contact with any of the Recovery School District staff about this incident?
Yes. Yes, the principal at Sci Academy.
But not with the Recovery School District staff?
No.
No, okay. I'd like to, if you wouldn't mind, Superintendent or someone, if you would like to, not if you wouldn't like to, but if you'd like to give us your contact information, I'd like to learn more about this instance. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
That's just one.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Item 6.3, to receive the report. Is there any objection? Motion carries. I'm going to recuse myself from 6.4. I'm going to ask President Romer to come up and conduct business.
Next item, please. I believe 6.4.
Yes.
Page 229, item 6.4, consideration of RSD contracts and leases of $50,000 and over. The recommendation is to approve.
There's a recommendation to approve. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Mr. Garvey, second by Ms. Bradford. Are there any questions on these items or discussion? We do have comment cards. Lee Barrios.
Lee Barrios, St. Tammany. Yes, I'd just like to know why the president or the committee chair recused himself on this issue.
I can't speak for him. I'm not certain. There was an item apparently that he felt like he needed to recuse himself, but you'll have to ask him. So
He's a contractor.
I'm not certain.
You're smart, Miss Barrett.
She has why he accused himself.
Keela Stratford.
Does he have a contract?
Yeah. I mean, that's a no-brainer. No? I know.
Good afternoon.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Keela Stratford. I represent the Friends of L.B. Landry High School, 1200 L.B. Landry Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, Algiers. I'm here representing my president who's out of town right now, Derek Lamotte. And just like everyone else, we're trying to find out where the paper trail and the money trail is. In 2007, FEMA allocated $1,799,000 for the renovation of Old Perry Walker High School. What happened to that money? Eventually, you all closed Walker. And what y'all did was y'all took over L.B. Landry and called it a merger. We all know that it wasn't a merger because now the school is in turmoil. And I heard you say, Mr. White, that the schools in the Recovery School District, the charter schools, all those schools in Algiers are just peachy keen. That's a lie. I live right on L.B. Landry Avenue. I'm a graduate of 1975, class of L.B. Landry. There's fights in that school on a daily basis. How do I know this? Because some of the students, they send text messages and videos to phones of people. I'm one of those people. I don't understand what happened to the money to redo Walker. Now the school is in turmoil. There was like over 200 students that supposedly graduated from L.B. Landry Walker, with only 60 some odd of them receiving their diplomas because the others didn't meet the criteria. So I want to know, there's violence in the school, there's riots in the school that the community is not aware of because we're not being told what's going on in the school because everybody trying to keep it hush-hush. Well, we've served a notice. We're not taking it anymore. And I don't know what y'all going to do about it, but we are going to do something about it because I've been living in Algiers all my life. My family are descendants of slaves who were brought there from Africa, and we have a stake in Algiers. And I want my grandchildren and other children to know that L.B. Landry is not a school of violence. It wasn't like that when I was going to school.
Do you mind if I ask, is there a specific contract that deals with L.B. Landry
What you mean?
I'm confused about.
What you mean, contract?
Well, the item that we're on is consideration of some contracts, and I'm confused as to, I wanted to pull the contract you were talking about, and I'm not certain I could find it.
Yeah, the money that was allocated for Walker to be redone. And we don't know what happened to that money because they closed the school. Now the school is housing Harriet Tubman on the first floor right now. The second floor is not renovated. So if they closed Walker to renovate it, why did they put the students, the elementary school students from Tubman into that school if that school was deemed not to be open? We're trying to find out where the money is. Y'all keep talking about the money here and you got to look this and check this. We tired of checking and looking. We want some facts.
I got an
and we
idea.
want, you know.
Why don't we do this? When Mr. Dobard and Ms. Hankins come up to give an update, why don't we give an update on that? That's a building that we're using as temporary space, right, for the kids at Tubman, which is getting a full renovation. So why don't we give you an update when they come up and we can talk through that, okay?
Because the merger that y'all did is causing problems not only in the school, but in the community
Thank
of
you.
Algiers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Buckley, Frank Buckley.
Okay, again, my name is Frank Buckley. I'm with C6, Conscious Concerned Citizens, Controlling Community Changes. I'm not going to repeat everything Mr. Gammon said, the document that I passed out. You can read them from yourself because most of the stuff he talked about are in the documents. We are still concerned as to, and we can't get an answer, as to why Lester Jacobs and RSD would have a project manager in 2007 for Pasadena, California, without a license to do business in the state of Louisiana. Did not get his license until 2010. So you had a project manager doing work, saying who get contracts, who don't, for 3 years. And you had people in the state of Louisiana that had license to take that job. We're just trying to figure out why. Now, as far as the name changes are going, they have changed the names of the school. The names of the school are supposed to be changed to African Americans. They were. What they have done now, the building has the African American name on it. The school has been changed. And in some instances, like Ronald McNair, the first black astronaut, you have Ronald McNair on the school, and right next to it you have this big old Kip Believe. Carter G. Wilson, you have Carter G. Wilson on the building, but in front you have Kip. One strange thing about it, John McDonald, who was a slave owner, you have Kip McDonald 15. They didn't change that one. Kip McDonald 15. But all the other schools have been changed. Frederick Douglass, his school has been changed to Kip Renaissance. We just trying to figure out what's going on. And then you file a Title VI complaint. The young lady that set up here, they filed a Title VI complaint on the way the kids are being treated at Collegiate Academy. And we sitting up here telling everybody that everything is great in New Orleans. But when the people come up here from New Orleans telling you that ain't so, y'all still act like it's great. Some of this stuff is beginning to remind me of the devil, where you are lying and deceiving people. You're lying about how great things are, and you're deceiving people. You're lying about test scores. Our kids are not being educated. They're being pushed through the system. You have kids that are in 10th grade, can't read on the 4th grade level. How did they pass the LEAP test? I teach 6th grade math.
I want to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay, I teach 6th grade math. I have 4th grade students that have never passed the LEAP. They sat in 4th grade for 2 years. You took them out of 4th, you put them in 6th. Then you come up with Common Core, which basically means we're going to raise the standards. Grade level expectations. I don't know why y'all want to call it Common Core. Just grade level expectation, what a child should learn. So you have a kid that never passed 4th grade. Your grade level expectations, or Common Core, whatever you want to call it, requires me to teach them what I taught 8th grade last year. And then when those kids don't pass, you say it's the teacher's fault. 4-year span, and it's the teacher's fault? Come on, people. And it's not happening to y'all kids, it's happening to ours. That's why the murder rate is what it is in New Orleans. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. That concludes all the comment cards. Do any board members have a question? There is a motion on the floor to approve, and there's a second. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, so moved. Next item.
Members, I'm sorry. We need to do a motion.
Page 235, item 6.5, consideration of an update report on RST capital projects. The recommendation is to receive.
What page is that? 235. Do I have a motion to receive? Ms. Belfi, seconded by Ms. Jones. Thank you for that. Superintendent Dobar and Ms.
I appreciate Superintendent and Ms. Hankins here to give an update, and I know Ron Bordelon, who also works on these issues, is here. I just wanted to let you know I've spent a considerable amount of time in the last couple of weeks reviewing each of the facilities, and I really think that at some point, I know it's easier for Dr. Moranti and Ms. Orange-Jones, but for some point, we should take a visit down, and the board should see really materially for yourself what it is that's gone right there. And look, there are certainly areas where you should point out where you think there are still challenges with the master plan. So this is a report that hopes to give you some information, but I really think that the board needs to get as acquainted as possible with all of the facilities and what exactly has gone on, so you have a more working knowledge. But with that, I'll pass it over to the superintendent.
Superintendent, thank you for that offer, and we look forward to the board members taking us up on that. So, Ms. Hill and board members, I just want to address a few things. So, number one, the capital projects update report is in the BESE packet monthly, and it tends to be on the consent agenda. What I will do for you, Ms. Hill, is just take a moment to explain a few things, and then I would ask Ms. Hankins to go into a little bit more detail as you need. And so for every project that we have either completed or we're in the process of, it's in your packet in full detail where it's at in that stage. So at any time, in a very transparent and public way, every month, there's the opportunity to have the discussion or any questions asked on that. Second thing is that every project is publicly bid. We have to follow the protocol of getting approval through the Department of Education, through the Division of Administration. The process includes to place those bids in the local periodicals, so that could be the Times-Picayune, the Advocate, and everything goes through an open, transparent public bid process, and that has been the case. The third thing is, there's been a lot of discussion around the FEMA funds, and I just want to bring to everyone's remembrance that we didn't actually get the funding to start using until 2010. We fought for 5 years as a state to get FEMA to the place where we were able to get the single largest lump sum settlement at that time. And so to see where we're at now, where we've served in our master plan, especially with the master plan revision for 2011, the goal was to make certain that we had our 55,000 students that we targeted to be in new, renovated, or refurbished buildings. And today we have actualized on almost 42,000 kids being in that space. But we still have about 13,000 rather, that needs to be in new, renovated, refurbished buildings. And so we're going to continue to work towards that, achieve the mission that we set out together by 2016, that every child will be touched in these buildings. And we are on course to do that. Now I would ask Ms. Hankins as she goes through the projects, but I wanted to make certain if you needed more detail on like how the processes is bid and what have you. And then one other thing, especially on the DBE component, the superintendent mentioned this, and I appreciate him for doing so. We, over 3 years ago, we set out and made that one of our commitments to the city, which we actualized on, to have a strong DBE component in our contracts, which we have. We've also established an office internally that makes certain for every contract that goes out, DBEs are properly notified of the opportunity to bid. Along with that, the Urban League has a hand in ensuring that we contact and notify in a timely manner around DBE, and they do the monitoring for us. And so there's lots of transparency. Nothing is ever at the point where we just feel like absolutely satisfied, so we're going to continue to push to make sure that we responsibly use the dollars that we've been afforded, that we stay conscious socially around the opportunities to create for disadvantaged businesses and the like. And then the last thing on the building names and that, I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to address that, is that we are extremely conscious of the historical legacy, particularly from our African American ancestors and their buildings. And so often, as the superintendent pointed out, you will see the name of the school still memorializing those individuals, as well as the name of the program occupying the building. So we've been able to preserve legacy through this permanent naming of the buildings, and we're also able to respect the operators that are managing and running the schools to have them be able to name their schools. So you'll see Kip Believe at McNair. Okay, and so that's the way that we've been able to do that. And again, we will stay conscious on that. I am as concerned and as aware of that. But I just wanted to point those few things out. I'll hand it over to Ms. Hankins so she can go through at the board's purview of the details of what we're asking for in this particular item, as far as just giving you an update.
And I guess, and before you leave, because this is my last, is it not possible? I would like for the RSD to give me a breakdown in regards to those individuals who are actually receiving these contracts based on race, because I want to make sure that it's equitable across the board. So do you guys have that? I'm quite sure you have that information. These business owners or these contractors, I would like to get the percentage of how many African Americans are granted, how many Caucasians are granted, how many Hispanics.
We can give you that data on the individual entities that are awarded contracts on our projects, yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Giat, if I just may respond, Superintendent Dobord, you made the comment that the name is on the building, and we're going to honor the management, if you will. But I can appreciate the community indicate, I mean, this is their legacy, and they want to preserve their legacy. So to them, it's not just about a name on a building, it's about the school and the maintaining the culture that was in place.
And I'm totally aware. And, as my father is a graduate of Booker T. Washington High School, but if you would ask him today, he wants to preserve the legacy, and he has his own memories, but he wants to create new legacies for children in our city. So it's a balance in that. We're extremely respectful of our community, and I thank you for pointing that out. But I just would also say that, growing up in the city and being around it all my life, and totally aware, yes, we want to preserve those legacies. We want to be respectful, and we are. But also, we're creating new legacies. We're creating new opportunities for our students. And I think it doesn't have to be either or. There's been too much of that. It's a lot of ands. We can do this, and we can work together on legacies. So I appreciate you sharing that.
And just as a follow-up to your comments, some of the concerns they brought forward to us as a board, I think, based on the allegations, I think an investigation is warranted. I mean, I'm not down. I mean, these people didn't travel from New Orleans to speak to this board. Obviously, they have legitimate concerns, and I do agree with some. It appears that there is an attempt to just sweep under the rug, and that's not what we should be doing.
We welcome any inquiries. We will, as they are submitted, we respond to all of them. We actually have the Louisiana Legislative Auditor who is internal and monitors our projects, and they just released a report that we will have, or they're releasing a report around their look in our projects, where we are, and understanding the scope of that. And so we pass every test that's been placed on us as far as being accountable. We are open to accountability, and anyone who has a complaint or has had complaints and they file them in an appropriate manner, we will continue to be responsive to that.
Superintendent DeBar, is it possible that to preserve the names of the school, is it possible that we can just keep the name of the school, just say, for example, if it's Booker T. Washington, why do we have to say Booker T. Washington at KIPP? Because in a traditional public setting, you don't see Booker T. Washington at East Baton Rouge Parish. So to preserve the name of the school, is it possible that we can just keep the name of because that's very important to me. And if I'm from Miami, so if I go home, I graduated from Booker T. Washington Middle School. When I go home, I want to see Booker T. Washington Middle School because I value Booker T. Washington. I want my children to know Booker T. Washington, regardless of the new innovative ideas that we may have, as you just said, which I disagree with you, but I will want my child to know who Booker T. Washington, who Harriet Tubman, et cetera, et cetera. And I will hope that my child will continue on that legacy. So I'm going to ask, is it possible that maybe you as the superintendent, is it possible that we can just keep the name, if it's Booker T. Washington, leave it as Booker T. Washington? Why do we have to have Booker T. Washington at KIPP, whatever, New Orleans?
We've preserved the name of buildings, but we can sit and discuss
Okay,
And
let's do
if you
that.
want to talk about, and there's
Let's
a way,
do that.
because again, we have to be, we want to be respectful of operators, and some have worked with communities and decided on just keeping a name to identify the school that may have been formerly there. And we're open. So that, again, it's great if you want to have that conversation. I'd be happy to sit down with you, and maybe you could offer some suggestions on how to talk with operators. We could go sit with them and see maybe going forward if they're amenable to something like that. But I don't think anyone is not open to the idea. But more than that, it's about creating, again, just a sound educational foundation for these young people.
And keeping their history there.
And keeping their history.
That's very important.
But also
Superintendent
making the
Dobar,
history. Yes.
am I right that when you've worked through issues like, for example, when you worked with the community on the creation of the Lawless High School site, which is now being rebuilt, that there was also a question as to how should we preserve the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. name, and that
Yes.
you worked with them on naming the school Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Charter School at the Lawless site?
Yes. Yes.
So sometimes people want to preserve two historic names, and you have to find a way to accommodate it. Is that true?
That is accurate. Yes.
So there are about, in your packet, you have a report that comes out monthly, and it's posted also on the Recovery School District website, as well as the Orleans Parish School District's website. So there are $466 million in open contracts. You have a list in your packet of all the open contracts, the names of the firms and the amount of those contracts. That's in your packet on a monthly basis. Additionally, the way the money flows from the federal government to the state, to the vendor. No money comes to, I mean, it's a reimbursable process. So as we get a pay application, we submit it to the LDOE. LDOE submits it to GOSEP. GOSEP sends the money. LDOE pays the vendor. There's no way that the money could be missing in that manner. We also have the legislative auditor as well as FEMA OIG who looks over the federal grants. So I just wanted to clarify that for you guys. On a happy note, we're working closely with the charter that is moving into the Wheatley building. The Wheatley building is nearing completion. That contractor will be out of the building mid-July. The charter will be moving in, and classes will start in that campus the 1st of August. The challenge on that particular project is we've had a lot of rain and we've got a lot of flat work and exterior concrete to be poured. And so if we can have some good weather, the kids will definitely be in when we need them to be in. That's it. Any questions?
Okay, Ms. Smith?
Just for clarification, I think you may have just walked through the process, but because of the repeat of the FEMA dollars, and I do have concern that we as a board make sure that FEMA dollars are being used in the correct way. The holder of those resources and those revenues that we have been awarded, who is the holder of that?
GOSEP.
Okay, so one more time, just explain the process that y'all go through, that we go through.
Correct. So from the beginning, you guys approved the architect's contract. The architect designs the building. We then advertise publicly for 30 days. Anybody, it's advertised at least 3 times in public publications. So the Times-Picayune as well as the Advocate. We also send out email blasts to those DBEs so that, or anybody who's on our list who really wants to know what's going on.
So the millions and millions of dollars that has been received from FEMA is actually is still in Washington, D.C.
Correct.
Okay, so because this complaint has been stated 2 or 3 times today, and I'm concerned as a member that we're making sure that we're not in any way misusing federal funds. That's very important to me. The other thing that I'd like to sort of get some clarification on is the repeated statement about the Jacob, if y'all would address that.
mentioned earlier, there is a process where when we submit a contract, there's an internal review process that happens not by the RSD, but by the Department of Education to make sure everything is in play.
As well as the Division of Administration.
Correct.
So it wouldn't get actualized if they
And I would
weren't
like
eligible to
for
do
you to
business.
speak to those gentlemen in the back, because I think they have a document that more or less documents their
Okay.
claim.
We will, and we will then show them the certification that they have to have in order to do work in Louisiana.
And let me,
Mhm.
and could, does the Office of Contractual Review look at everything that y'all do?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other questions of Ms. Hankins or the superintendent? Okay, we have several comment cards. Brenda Square.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Square. I am a minister at the Beecham Memorial United Church of Christ. And I'm also an archivist and a member of the downtown New Orleans community. I came this afternoon to express my deep concern about the RSD and its management of the schools in New Orleans post-Katrina. I think that my observations come from the perspective of a person who has been trying to preserve our community's educational history, as well as a person who's been concerned about our young people, their development, and their being cared for and properly provided in safe, empowering kinds of environments. Now, I have observed a great deal of neglect. If we talk about buildings, I watched our historic institutions sit unattended with open windows, the rain pouring in for many, many months, years indeed. I have photographs to prove it. I watched the libraries discarded. Many of them contain important historic documents. We talk about the names on the schools, but it's much bigger than that. Each one of the schools in New Orleans in our African American community, there's a huge story to it. Because you may not be aware of it, but in 1900, Orleans Parish said black people only needed to go to 5th grade. So in order for us to educate our people historically, the community had to mobilize, galvanize. They raised money. The church that I attend, where I minister, actually began by Alfred Lawless. He was the first pastor. And the church grew out of a school. The school effort began in 1904. Those people in that community raised the money. They donated the land for the school in that neighborhood, which became Valina C. Jones School. Very historic. It was the first normal where African American teachers trained. Now that building sits abandoned. It's one of the most important school buildings in our neighborhood, in our city. But the history of New Orleans' educational system is important not just for the state of Louisiana, but for the nation as a whole. What is happening, I want you all to be aware that you are in the midst of a historic movement, change. There's a great deal of conflicting information coming out regarding the New Orleans experiment, which I object to because we don't have the authority to experiment on children. So I oppose it, number one, just on principle. But you need to understand that many of the people in New Orleans are completely disenfranchised. We had to endure the storm, and outside forces, the Recovery School District, took over our community heritage, which are our schools. Each of these schools, there's a story. In the 9th Ward, the 7th Ward, the 8th Ward, those people mobilized to get Booker T. Washington. There were no black schools. The only school we had was McDonough 35 for many years. It wasn't until 42 when many leagues came together to get Booker T. Washington, which was the community's heritage site for all of the black events in our neighborhood. Now, inside the school, you have about 100 years of our history. That is why you see so much passion and anger and hurt and a deep sense of betrayal. Now, you, the board members, have a great obligation and a wonderful, important opportunity to step up and realize what you're in charge of. Your obligation is important because history will report how you manage this.
Ms. Square, need you go ahead and wrap up your comments,
Yes,
please.
sir. Okay, I've seen a great deal of neglect. May I have?
What organization do you represent? Okay. Thank you. 3 more minutes.
Now, the RSD, John McDonough, I witnessed the neglect there. We had no teachers. We didn't have enough staff right after the storm. All of the high school students were poured into John Mack. They sat there for many months with no IEPs. RSD failed our students. And I am concerned that this board would allow the RSD to come here and be applauded for failing our students and handing off the last of our schools to private charter operators. This is not anything to celebrate. They have failed. They have 9 years of shuffling our kids. No one is monitoring where they go when they leave these schools. Our children have been in and out of several schools. The trauma and the emotional damage that our children have suffered, as well as their families, because you heard the parent. In these charter schools, there's no accountability. Our children, the parents are afraid to speak up because they don't want to lose their spots. Now, an article from a political science professor at Tulane says that this whole thing has failed. I encourage you to look at it and take seriously the conflicting information that is coming forth around the progress and success. But we have eyewitness evidence to the RSD failure in our community. I encourage you, board members, to look carefully at the contracting, this whole policy of imposing one group's will on a community. We don't need just a name on a school. We need a preservation and legacy policy with some community input so that the people who make the decisions about the names will understand what happened in this community and how it impacted these names. Alfred Lawless was a community builder. The school in the Night Ward is named for him because he started the first school in the Seventh Ward. Every school in our city, black school, has a huge piece of history, which is not in the books yet. So that is why I came here this afternoon, to encourage you as the RSD is moving and handing off the last of our schools. They need to be held accountable for the failure of all the G's and F's for 8 and 9 years. And how are we going to make that up to our children? This is not a thing to celebrate. This is a failure. The state took our schools and they failed our kids for all these years. And how are we, citizens of New Orleans, are supposed to just sit back quietly and accept this? You should understand people are wrestling with not sending their children to school. The city is enraged and we feel powerless. We pay taxes and we have a right to have an input. I encourage you to realize that this is a pivotal moment. This board can do the right thing if you have the will and if you're willing to listen to what's really going on in New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and your passion. Ms. Jeffers? Okay, thank you. Mr. Buckley?
I'll give mine.
You didn't already give you 3 minutes up?
Yes.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, again, Frank Buckley, C6. Just listening to Miss Pastor Spears, and she told you exactly what's going on. But then we got people like a Patrick Dubois that sits up here and just lie, trying to tell y'all how great it is. They say they meet with the community. They don't meet with the community. The only community they meet with is the people that they hand select. They having meetings that we don't know what's going on. And they take pictures so they can say we had a community meeting. May 28th, well, no, was it May? Yes, when BESE came to New Orleans. And I questioned Patrick Dubois about a news article that was written April 2013, where they was converting Andrew J. Bell Junior High School to apartments. And I asked, how are you going to take a school in the neighborhood, 5 minutes from John McDonald, and convert it to apartments while we still have kids going to school in trailers? Before any school is converted or sold, none of our kids should be going to school in trailers. Eliminate the trailers first before you start selling off these schools. And the purpose that we see where the schools are located, location, location, location. 5-10 minutes from the CBD. It's not about the school, it's about the money. We can convert this school to apartments, we make a whole lot of money. Then I get a correspondence from the East Bank Collaborative, and it states June 10th, from 9 o'clock a.m. to 11 o'clock a.m., charter schools will be able to come into Andrew J. Bell and bid on it. Now I'm just totally confused. I just went to a meeting on May 28th where Patrick Dobar was telling me that it was going to be converted and renovated to apartments because it was land bank and all this other stuff. And then I'm reading a week later that they're letting charter operators come to it and bid on it to convert it to a school. Is it going to be a school or will it be apartments? We are totally confused. So how do you want us to trust the RSD when it's blatant lies? And then like the young lady said on her way out, Patrick ought to be ashamed of himself to call himself an African-American man and sit at superintendent spot and do this to African-American families and children. We have to stop the playing. Our kids are dying. And they're dying because they haven't been properly educated. They're building all these schools. They have no school that's teaching the kids anything about construction while all this construction is going on. There's no school that's teaching the kids about medical field. They don't even have biology labs. When we were in school, when we graduated, I graduated from John McDonald. My wife graduated from John McDonald. And when she came out of John McDonald, she had a certificate in one hand and a diploma in the other. That diploma that she had, she could have went to any college she wanted to. That certificate that she had allowed her to be a surgical tech coming out of high school. Now we have kids coming out of high school reading on the 4th grade level that don't have a diploma, but they walked across the stage, and we want to say the graduation rate is up because we watched them walk across the stage. But if you'd have followed them and opened up their cover, you would have seen they didn't have a diploma. And tell them they got to go to summer school. You can't go to summer school because all TFAs went home for the summer, and there is no summer school for you to go to. And then you're being bounced from one school, and eventually you just quit going to school. But now they're in the survival mode where they will rob, steal, and kill to get money. This has to stop. This is not about politics. This is not about trying to be a part of a union. This is about the kids that live in our neighborhood, live in my parent neighborhood. She's scared to go sit on her porch because of our kids. And then sit here and listen to him tell you how great it is. And some of y'all stand up and want to applaud it. It's time to put an end to this mess. And I'm telling the other people, the other parishes, don't let RSD in. Don't let them in. Jacobs Engineering. Why would you go all the way to California to find somebody that just happens to have the same last name as your married name, does not have a license to do business in Louisiana, and give them the job? I don't understand it. You have people right here in Louisiana that was licensed to do business. Right next to it, you have Mississippi, you have Alabama, Texas, all the way to Pasadena, California, to find somebody that happens to have the same last name as you. May not be related, but they're from the same plantation. Thank you for your time.
Frank, can I say something just real quick? You want to say something?
I have a comment.
I have a comment. Would you mind? I think, this board is obligated, and I'm obligated to sit here and listen to you. You've been coming here for years, and you can say what you need to say. It's a public forum.
Okay.
But I'll tell you one thing, just a word of advice. You disgrace yourself, you disgrace the people you represent when you play the cards you just played, and you call people who've dedicated their lives to children people who don't have integrity. I'm just telling you as a word of advice. You embarrass yourself.
John,
and
that's
you
your
disgrace
opinion.
and you disgrace.
You embarrass yourself when you told me you wasn't going to investigate
I'm asking you not
cheating.
to do it. I'm asking you not to embarrass
I'm 50
yourself.
years old.
any
You're not
longer.
going to tell me what I can and cannot say.
I'm asking you not to
It
embarrass
don't matter
the
what
people
you
represent.
ask me.
It's
You're
an
not
embarrassment.
going to ask me.
It's your
It's an
disgrace and
embarrassment to you.
You're a disgrace and embarrassment.
You are a disgrace when you tell an educator that you're not going to investigate cheating, and you're a superintendent.
Mr. Dobar.
Embarrassment. Please.
Yeah, Superintendent White, I think that is unacceptable.
Ms. Hill.
I mean, as a citizen, he has his right.
Please,
So I
Ms.
think
Hill.
it's unacceptable
You're
for
out
him
of
to
order,
make
Ms.
those
Hill.
those
You're
comments.
out of order, Ms.
And
Hill.
I'm really highly offended because he is unacceptable.
Mr. Dobar.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a brief comment, and then I'll ask Ms. Hankins if it's the board pleasure to address the bail situation. But, and I usually definitely try to rise above and never go tit for tat in any venue. But I'd be remiss if I didn't take the opportunity to clarify one thing that Mr. Buckley said that was actually, as he claims and says, that I lied. I just want to make certain for the record that he did not give me an article at the committee of the whole meeting, and I know it's on the record. He gave me the cover of an article. And I asked him, where's the actual article? And he told me, you can go Google it. Now, I would ask the members or anyone who's here interested to ask for the tape from BESE, because I know that was part of the public record. And half-truths, misinformation is a disservice to the thousands of young people who have been systematically denied in our system. I don't mind being held accountable. I don't mind being called names. I don't mind being asked to be transparent. But when someone can sit here and blatantly lie and say they gave me an article and I publicly said it's just a cover page, and then they say go Google it, then come to this table and say they gave me an article, that's but one small instance where there's no factual basis. It's just out and out of fabrication. And it's a disservice to the work that individuals around the state's doing. Not me personally, but I don't mind if you give me the fact. He gave me something, or someone just passed something about Jacobs that was from the state website. We will look into it. But to do something otherwise is just totally disingenuous. And I'm offended by it, but at the same time, we'll continue to rise above. And I thank you for your own time, Mr. Chairman, for me to share that.
Thank you for your comments. We have a few more cards here. Michelle Burton. Is this Poe? Dr. Poe? Is it Poe? Thank you. Ms. Royal? Royal?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As you celebrate the Recovery School District becoming an all-charter district, ask yourself, at what cost? Does this make the Recovery School District a success? How is it that the first school placed in the Recovery School District over 11 years ago sits today as an F school, that's Capital Charter School? Are we comparing the wrong things when we look at the success or lack of success of the Recovery School District? The Recovery School District just closed its last 5 schools. Were those schools run into the ground? Why is it that the Orleans Parish School Board open enrollment, direct run schools, there's 6 of them, they've consistently operated around a B level with the one exception over the last 9 years? And the Recovery School District, its direct run schools have consistently operated mostly as an F district with a few exceptions of a C. We're talking about open enrollment, direct run schools. We ought to be comparing the two. Same pool of children. Same pool of children to choose from.
Ms. Royal, do you have a comment about a
Yes,
particular
I'm getting to that.
construction
Yes,
project?
the John McDonough situation. This leads me to the John McDonough situation. Was that school run into the ground with the promise of, if you let it become a charter, it will give it a renovation? In capital projects, it says that the design will start when programmatic issues are resolved. What does that mean? Is there a timeline for resolving these issues? I urge you to resolve these issues immediately. It sounds like there really isn't a plan for this school. For years, there have been requests to restore the cosmetology program and create a culinary arts program at John McDonough High School. These two programs alone would require precise design spaces for the building. Knowing that program issues aren't resolved means delays in the rebuilding of this school building. This is totally unacceptable, considering this was one of the first schools opened after Hurricane Katrina. For years, children sat in that building with it rotting around them, and here we are in 2014, and we say we won't even do the design until the programmatic issues. That's on page 121 of that capital projects report. Until those programmatic issues are resolved. When will that happen? Let's stop playing games with the lives of our children. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Superintendent Tobar, would you like to comment on John McDonough?
It's actually the next item, so if the
Okay.
board, if it's the board's pleasure, we'll give a full report on the
that
John
sounds
Mack
good.
facility on the next item.
Okay, so 6.5, we have a motion and a second to receive the report. Is there any objection to receiving the report? Motion carries. Next item.
On page 287, item 6.6, consideration of a discussion regarding the status of facilities at John McDonough High School and the RSD transition for the 2014-15 school year, and this was added to the agenda by Dr. Beebe, and the recommendation is to receive.
Do I have a motion to receive the discussion?
I move.
Ms. Bradford, second by Ms. Hill. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Giat. And I realize in previous items, we did have a lot of discussion, but the intent of this item is to gain a clearer understanding. Now, I thought I had somewhat of a handle on my understanding of the RSD New Orleans, and I heard, Mr. Dobord, in your presentation, I think you referenced 57 Type 5 charters. Am I correct in that? I think I wrote down 57. But I do know that with the state takeover charter schools, the direct run, as I understand it, we recently had 5 schools to close. Is that correct, Mr. Dobord?
In New Orleans?
Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
That's okay. So when we talk about the RSD New Orleans, that I'm asking the question. Mm-hmm. So that's globally all charters schools in New Orleans, or is that the state takeover, the Type 5 charters that?
There are Type 5 charters that are RSD.
So that's
schools.
referred
That's
to
Type
as
5.
RSD
Yes.
New Orleans.
And then they have Type 1s in New Orleans, Type 2s, and I believe we actually have Type 3s.
Okay, but the Type 5 schools
Or RSD.
RSD, and you are superintendent or were superintendent of those schools. You were charged.
Still over the Recovery School District as a whole. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so where does that leave the RSD superintendent, you, and your staff? I know you referenced an elimination of employees. I'm just trying to understand your role now that we have dismantled, if you will, RSD New Orleans with the Type 5 state takeover charters. I understand there's RSD Baton Rouge and there's RSD Louisiana. And so could you tell me how many, and you did reference, I just forget the number, in Baton Rouge, how many Type 5 schools do we have?
We'll have 5 new Type 5 charter schools.
How many?
5 new, and we already have 1 in existence, so
Okay.
it's 6 total.
Now, when we talk about RSD Louisiana, what does that include?
It's really, RSD is just no Louisiana, New Orleans distinction. So RSD is statewide. So we have 56 charter schools in New Orleans. We have Type 5, we have the 6 Type 5s in Baton Rouge. We have 1 Type 5 in Shreveport. We had a middle school in St. Helena. We had a transformation strategy we actualized in St. Landry Parish as well as in Point Coupee Parish. And so the majority of the work now for the RSD is to continue to play the government role that we need to ensure and hold accountable the charter schools that are in operation. So we're the arm that enforces basically policy, informed policy decisions, ensure accountability on behalf of the state board.
Okay, so please bear with me because honestly I'm trying to understand. So type 1 and type 3, those are more or less governed by the school system, the superintendent.
They're authorized by local school board,
authorized,
and type 3s are
so
existing
while
charters.
there's a governing board, there is, the superintendent is there, the superintendent of the local school system, in
Right,
which the
but you're an
type-
authorizer, so if in your parish, if in as your role as superintendent, y'all could authorize a type 1 charter, and then you would be the authorizer of that type 1
Okay.
charter, but they would have the ability to manage their schools, but you set accountability rules for them. And then if they meet your standard to continue to stay in existence, you make decisions whether or not to keep them in existence or not.
Okay, now going back to the 57 charters, and I'm saying 57 loosely, okay, so those are operated independent of you?
They function, the charter schools, they function as any
and
other
they have
charter
a
school.
management board?
Yes, they have
and
their
they
own,
have their
yes.
governance board?
Yes, they function
Okay.
like any other charter
Okay,
school in the state.
which
yes.
then brings to mind my concern that as a superintendent of the RSD, I think, you know, we've more or less put you in a position where I don't know that your role is necessary, because again, the charter boards, what authority do you have over these charters? See, I can use myself as an example. I'm hired by the St. Martin Parish School Board to administer its policies and to assist in the operations. But in the case, if RSD is no longer.
But you have to keep in mind, Ms. Beebe, so we still have schools, we have a statewide accountability system. And if a school is academically unacceptable for 4 more consecutive years, then it comes under the jurisdiction of the RSD, which means that we have to do continuous planning statewide to ensure that if a school becomes RSD eligible, that we then will have to put a team together. We may have to direct run schools. We may choose to use a charter transformation strategy. So there's just a number of things that's done that requires more than just the direct running of schools. And so there's just consistent work that's going to be done. You know, when you talk about in New Orleans, again, around the enrollment system, ensuring that we have an equitable system to serve all kids. We're working with the schools around policies for creating special education programs. We're doing a number of citywide services where we're still charged with running a truancy center within the city of New Orleans. We still have our early childhood center where we're targeted, we're tasked with rather by law to serve the 3, 4, and 5-year-olds with special needs. And so we're still going to be running those operations, and there are a number of other things that we will continue to do.
But then again, as I see it, BESE is the oversight board. Superintendent John White is paid a salary to administer the schools across Louisiana. So again, I don't see the need to maintain your position and that of a facility in New Orleans and administrative staff to assist you in that oversight. I mean, that's, as I see it, the role of Superintendent John White.
Well, you've got enrollment, you've got budget, you've got charter school oversight, and you've got this $2 billion in facilities planning. You've got special education, and you've got early childhood education. All of those functions remain legally required for the RSD to do. Plus, the law says that the RSD has to oversee the Type 5 charter schools. And that's not to mention the work that they do in Baton Rouge. So I understand the sentiment. I'm not trying to disagree with you in where you're going. But just the facts dictate that this is a role that is as badly needed now as ever.
Okay, and with that clarified, I mean, I still maintain my position of Superintendent Board, but I'm one member of an 11-member board, and but I do want to say to those who traveled from New Orleans, and certainly I've had the opportunity to visit the schools, some of the charter schools in New Orleans, not necessarily going in to visit and observe, but you know, I've visited some of the sites and observed at a distance, and I do know at the last committee meeting of the whole, There was another group representing the neighborhood, and that's why I put this item on the agenda. You know, we hear all these names, and unless you're a part of that community, at least I can speak for myself, I don't have that comprehension. But there was Choice Foundation. I think, Dr. Moranti, you sent us a letter in support of the neighborhood group and in their request for Choice Foundation. Mr. Landry, he attended the committee meeting of the whole, and I did overhear Mr. Landry being told, look, we're going to work with you, because the intent of a number of representatives of the neighborhood, they had attended the meeting in hopes of offering testimony to their concerns. In fact, as the email I received, there was a letter, an agreement between Paul Vallis and the neighborhood community that they would entertain the Choice Foundation. So again, once again, you know, promises are made, and I fully understand there are different players now, but at the same time, as it relates to community concerns, I think there should be a respect for community opinions. These people live there, you know, and I come from a community, there is no longer a school in the community. It's a dying community, and schools are a part of the community's identity. So, you know, those who came today to speak, they were very passionate. You know, my heart goes out to them. I feel I can relate to the concerns to a great degree, and you know, I mean, we have to. I mean, we can no longer dismiss these concerns.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to. I know the agenda is set, and we want to show the miracle in the RSD New Orleans. But again, when we talk about charters, I can tell you when I was first elected to the board, my understanding was the charter schools were a temporary fix, and once they got the students at an academic level of performance, then they would be given back to the local boards. And this is the concern, not only from those within New Orleans, but now statewide. People, they are now aware that this too could happen to within their communities. They are fearful. And, you know, I applaud those who continue to bring their stories to light. I know the conversations, the discussion we had at the committee meeting of the whole, one parent who represented a student who was not there, but she indicated with the merger of Walker Perry that a student, because the school code was not assigned, the student did not receive a scholarship. And at that point in time, Mr. Dobart, you couldn't provide an explanation. And, you know, that's of concern to us, and so much so that my response to those who spoke was, you know, bring your allegations, bring the evidence, and then we have a responsibility as a board to go further and ask for an investigation.
Ms. Beebe,
Yes,
if I may
sir.
just even comment on it, I'm glad you brought that up. And so immediately after that was brought to our attention at the meeting, which was the first time, we did follow up with the student's parent, as well as the Algiers Charter Association and the admissions office for Alabama State. And we did learn that the student has been indeed accepted to Alabama State. The SACS accreditation had lapsed, which did cause an initial problem with his initial acceptance. But we've since worked that out with the university and the accreditation entity. And then in addition, our portfolio office is now developing a cohort of schools interested in going through a SACS accreditation process. So I want to give credit to my team and to the Algiers Charter School Association. For as soon as we heard that on the night of May 28th, the very next day, we had it rectified. And I would just say anyone in the community, whenever you have questions or something goes on, instead of waiting, and I don't know, maybe that person found out that morning and just came to the BESE meeting, please alert us as soon as possible. But we're glad to say that that young man did get in. He has a full band scholarship, and the mother was very pleased with the resolution. Thank you for bringing that up.
Okay, and I do commend you for that, Superintendent
Thank you.
Dilbard, but I must be honest with you. I have had individuals contact me to inform me that they have been dismissed by your staff when they have concerns. It's
Well,
like,
I would just encourage, if that ever occurs, please to make certain that they can inform me directly, and if that is ever the case, we will handle it accordingly.
right, because
Thank
we
you.
have to make every effort
Yes,
to
ma'am.
listen, and when it comes to the point where we suppress people, then the outcome is generally not good. So I think we need to heed their concerns, listen carefully, and make every effort to address their concerns. And then what if they brought it to your attention, but what if the group or parents or representative, what if they had been intimidated or what have you, and they hadn't spoken up? The child would likely have been deprived of the scholarship. Now, also, I know that it's been addressed, and I'm not going to belabor the point, but as it relates to McDonough, that will be addressed at the status of McDonough. That's going to be a part of the master plan discussion?
We can. I was prepared to give you just a oral
Okay.
presentation right now.
Okay.
Basically, we made a decision to accelerate the renovation of John McDonough School, and we want renovations to start in 2014 rather than 2016. So it's a swing space issue, and we're moving forward with that. When construction is complete, the new renovated facility will be designed to a LEED Silver standard, and will be redesigned to include new academic classrooms, new science labs, space for performing and visual arts, a new gymnasium, cafeteria, new media center. I'm going to walk through some of the work that's been done to date and then give you some more information as far as what's to come. And I would ask Ms. Hankins if there's anything further that you may need, and we can send this to you as well, Ms. Beebe, so you can have it in writing. And so work that's been done to the facility to date is that we've done roof replacement. That was back in 2010. Bleacher replacement project in the gym, a gym sprinkler project that was completed on March 27, 2014 for a fire sprinkler system. Now, there's selective demolition that's going on now because this is a historic site and we want to preserve as much of that integrity of the building. So selective demolition is going on currently, and we have an anticipated bid opening for selective demolition in September 2014. And so that's basically getting the building to be prepared for the full renovation. Again, historic site, and so there are lots of layers as far as the type of work that you need in order to get to the ultimate job of renovating the full facility. And so because of the historic value and the designation of the structure, again, it's going to undergo selective demolition and the full renovation of the interior. And so we have a timeline that we can share with you, but I'll just give it to you starting from the September 20, really from this July. So we're going to do final program completion. The anticipated date is July 16th. Then we're going to go into schematic design completion, which is anticipated for September 2014. Design development completion anticipated December 2014. And then 50% construction documents anticipated February 2015, with 100% of the construction documents by April 2015. And so we'll give you the full timeline. The bid documents will be ready for April 2015 with a bid opening of June 2015. So that coincides with the pre-work that needs to be done for open bid for June 2015. And so the building is clearly on track. We're going to have the renovation done. We've laid out the timeline. I'll ask Lona if you have any questions more on the technical side, but I did want you to know what the timeline was on that facility.
I just one follow-up question.
Sure.
So who's going to govern the McDonough?
It will be a Type 5 charter that we'll see in that site. And we still have to make a decision on, what the school will look like. We have a capacity issue right now for high schools in New Orleans. We have an excess capacity issue. And so we want to be mindful. We know the community has asked that it remain a high school, and we believe and we're in agreement with that. And so we're going to work through the siting process on that school as we go forward into the fall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We do have comment cards, board members. If I'll go to comment cards, and if you have a question following, then I'll certainly entertain those. Mr. Buckley, since you're already sitting there, we will start with you.
Thank you, sir. Again, my name is Frank Buckley. I'm the founder of C6. Class of John McDonough in 1982. Was on the steering committee in 2011. When John White came to New Orleans, they had a meeting with the John McDonough community, John McDonough Steering Committee, John McDonough Alumni Association. John White told us The only way we was going to get $34 million to renovate that school, FEMA money, is that we had to go charter. That's bullying at its worst. The only way y'all going to get 34, we wanted it to stay a traditional school, community school. John said the only way y'all can get it, you have to go charter. So all three groups start working on a charter application. Next thing we know, Steve Barr from Futures Now from California has been awarded John McDonald. 3 or 4 years later, no, let me go to 2010. See John White on the Morning Joe show with Digger Phelps announcing that John McDonald would become the first culinary arts school. This is 2014. No culinary arts school. The building has yet to be renovated. We talk about swing space. Bell is 10 minutes from John McDonald. If you got charter schools coming in there bidding on a school, why we can't use that for swing space for John McDonald as you build or renovate John McDonald? Again, like I stated, I live in the community. On my way here, I passed by John McDonald. There's an African-American gentleman with his pickup truck, and he's putting hair dryers in his truck, taking them out the front door, putting them in his truck. I walk up to him, I ask him, are they giving that to you? He said, no, he purchased it. So the cosmetologist, equipment is walking right out the front door, and nobody knows it, other than the people who's had their hands in it. Or RSD oversight, they don't know. We as a community, if you look in your packet, somewhere in the packet, there's an email talking about the master plan. In 2008, the master plan stated that in 2014, there would be no need for John McDonald. In 2008, that's what they were saying. The Recovery School District was saying there'd be no need for John McDonald. We won't have enough students to put in there. We're going to turn the building back over to OPS and they can do whatever they want to do with it. But it would not be a school. John White came into John McDonald maybe 3 or 4 months ago and told the teachers it was going to close. The community didn't know anything about that. They keep talking about, they're talking to the community, no idea that they're talking about closing John McDonald. Now they're talking about renovating. They're going to give it to another charter. How you going to renovate if you don't know who's going to have the building yet? We, the community, was at the table from the beginning. We're asking this board to let the community, let that school go back to Orleans Parish under their governance and give us an opportunity to educate our kids. I am a certified teacher. I was graded effective this year by Mark Bailey, so I can teach. There's some other people in the community that are principals that were doing a great job at John McDonald before they decided to get rid of them. We asking that this board please allow us to run that school. It's about 11-member board with parents, community activists, educators, business partners. We're in the same position we was in 2011, trying to get our hands on John McDonald School. There's not one traditional school in the neighborhood. We want it to be what it used to be, where a kid could walk out of John McDonald, college and career ready. College and career ready. We can do it. We know we can. We have done it. New Orleans teachers have been pushed out of New Orleans. We live in New Orleans, but we work in St. Tammany, or Jefferson Parish, or Baton Rouge, or as far as Houston, or Atlanta. Give us an opportunity to have say-so in John McDonald. We ask that no other work be done. Put a chain on the door until we at the table.
If you can wrap it up, that'd be great, Mr. Buckley.
Because, like I said today, we watching equipment just roll out of John Mack. Band instruments will be rolling out of John Mack. no one is taking an inventory as to what's inside of John Mack. And there's going to be another property missing or stolen that nobody has to give an account for. We asked this board to investigate the dealings of John McDonald. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Paz, and then next would be Brenda Square, if she cares to speak.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
It's been a long day, huh?
If you please state your name just for the record, and then you can proceed.
Yes,
Thank you.
I am. My name is Sadiq Paz. I'm a PhD in history. I'm professor of Our Lady of Holy Cross College. I've been for several years. I've lived in New Orleans for 35 years. And I came to also teach in the public school system after Katrina, out of my commitment to taking part in the rebuilding of the city. When I went to John McDonald, from the moment I started there, there was the ambiguity whether it would continue, it would be shut off, or all of this. And as a social studies teacher, students gathered around, and they formed, with my consent, we formed the Student Government Association. So they brought up their concerns about keeping the school, John McDonald, a public school. They rebelled against the decision that was made in legislature a couple of years ago about about the changing of the thing. And they themselves came up with the motto of charters don't turn schools around, resources do. And they felt for a long time that the resources, everybody knew, the resources had been denied to John McDonald up to then for them to remodel, rebuild, etc. So that was on March 2012. In April of 2012, Mr. White, the superintendent of the RSD then, and I quote him verbatim, in a public hearing with the media, teachers, staff, and students of John McDonald's in the gym, said, I am committed, quote, I am committed to rehabilitating in full entire gut, inside and outside in renovation in this next term. We are going to serve the students well. $20 or $30 million we will spend in this renovation. We do not send kids to school to wind up on the streets 2 years later. We don't spend millions of dollars in their education so their education doesn't get put to good use. Before a procurement is done, before a bill goes out, before a check is signed to renovate the John McDonald building, there are 4 elements that we require are met. Leadership, teachers, achievement, and parents. Leadership, school survey, state-approved organization to run the schools in the state of
Dr.
Louisiana.
Paz, I do apologize if you could wrap it up somewhat quickly.
And,
Thank you.
and the teachers that guaranteed will be staff with competent staff. At least 50% of the seasoned teachers, qualified teachers, would remain. Finn came in, summarily dismissed all of the teachers with the exception of the football coach, the cosmetic teacher, and someone else. And achievement from 2008 to 2011. In 2008, 2009, the achievement rate was 21.6%. In 2011, 2 years later, it was 70.9%, an increase of 50% in achievement, short of the 93, which is statewide. But there was no opportunity given. the consensus of the parents, they did not either.
If I-
So
if I
I just
may-
wanna,
Okay.
so I just wanted to make this statement and say that the concern has been there, and that the words of Mr. White, superintendent then, he has not kept his promise, and the thing has turned around to the worst. Finn, 2 years later, summarily, the school is closed. The kids did not know, parents do not know where their kids are going. And that's all I have to say about it.
I appreciate you making the trip here today. Brenda Square?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just want you to know that in January 2007, Bill Cosby came to visit John McDonough at the invitation of the community. And he stood on the steps and he said it was a great disrespect to children, the way the students at John Mack were being disserved. And so it went on for many, many months, and as a community member, I live just around the corner. There were no books, you should know this, and we had some good teachers, and the principals, we had a couple good principals, but they were constantly being shuffled. The people really rallied, the students rallied. They were committed to preserving their school. They worked really hard, but with the constant changes, the kids who were had special needs weren't serviced because we just didn't have the staff. And they suffered many, many, many years of abuse there. We witnessed it in that neighborhood. Then we had an opportunity to meet with Mr. White. He came in 2008, I remember, and he told us in the community that they would get a new school because there were a lot of concerns about the building, the safety of it. But the community was actually bullied. You can only get a new school. The school will be repaired. Never mind the fact that John Mack had been used to house all the kids from all over the city, post-Katrina. They came to John Mack. But now John Mack is being told that you'll get a new school only if you become a charter. And so you can imagine how the community felt betrayed. And then they actually went through the song and dance, tried to get committees together, put together an effort to try and get a charter. And then the people came from California, Finns, and they said they're political operatives to visit all the people in the community and survey what was going on, and they got in and undermined the community's effort. And then all of a sudden, the new people, Finns, took over. And then next thing we knew, people said in the community, Oprah Winfrey's coming, they're going to do a documentary on John Mack. But it turned out to be a reality show. And we watched in horror as our children who had mental disabilities, one child seemed to be very depressed, was being filmed with a camera in his face. And this went on in this reality show. So we've seen our children abused at that school for 9 years. And now we do not feel that you have the audacity, you have the nerve to tell these people in this community that they have no say-so in this school and that they don't have a right to bargain with you and have a say in what happens to it. I urge you to think carefully as you deal with John Mack, because it is the one example of abuse by the RSD that we can prove, and the history will show that we did not treat these children fairly. That is why I came here today. I want you to look at John Mack. Go and look at what has happened there. Go in that building. I'm a librarian. There were no books, I'm telling you. The kids were just totally exploited. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware. Lee Barrios?
Lee Barrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany. I just wanted to give a little different perspective. As it happened in 1992 when I graduated from Southeastern with my certification in journalism and education, I wanted to teach in New Orleans. So I applied at New Orleans and I went and visited several of the schools there. John McDonough was one of them, and the reason that I went there because they were one of the few schools in the state that had a certified journalism teacher. There were very few. They were graduating very few because at that time they were cutting programs in universities and journalism was one. So I went and I sat in on her classes and I was amazed. Were the students perfect? No, indeed. Were they engaged? Absolutely they were. So I was encouraged. Years later, but then Hurricane Katrina came along, and then I became involved again with some of the McDonough alumni. and attended some of the meetings there, one after the Finn took over, and then the whole absurdity, which I still don't understand why there aren't lawsuits, of the television program that was produced there. Absolutely horrendous that those children, with or without their parents' approval, were put on television. I do not know why that school was not, and the Department of Ed was not sued for that, and maybe they will be someday. And of course, the money involved in that, nobody's ever been able to find that out. And Mr. Dobard, you've never been able to help us with that. Mr. Superintendent White has never been able to provide that information. Those people received a lot of money, or at least Mr. Barr did, for that TV production. I've never seen a more dedicated group of alumni and parents who have been persistent about not only wanting to take back their school, but helping when the charter was there and being part of the parent organization. We can have a war of indignities here, Mr. Dobard, but I can assure you that you would lose that war no matter how indignant or how loud that you got and how insulted you were. The fact is, and the proof is there, that many lies have been told, many misrepresentations, and it's not just McDonough, and it has got to end. And every person on this board who supports it, does not do something about it when you've been presented with the facts, is complicit in that. And one day it's going to come back to bite you. So I ask you to please listen to these people. Go down and visit these schools. Go look at McDonough. Ask someone to let you in and see what's left of it. It's a shame, and I ask you to. You need to start listening to these people, indignant or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Shawan Bernard.
It is night now, but good evening, and thank you, Dr. Beebe, for adding John McDonough to the agenda. I am the one of the former assistant principals, administrators at John McDonough. I was a teacher at John McDonough prior to the hurricane. I left and I worked with the Recovery School District as the assistant principal as it transitioned out. I was asked to come in, just share some information with you regarding John McDonough. And I wrote a few things down because I didn't want to miss anything. But what my purpose today is twofold. And I got some information from the superintendent, the master plan in particular, what was going on with John McDonough now that it's the building is closed. And to let you all know that the public wants to, John McDonough community wants to participate in selecting the new operator. And as I heard the superintendent say that that decision has been made, that it's going to be a Type 5 charter school. Our hope is that perhaps it could be given back to a good effort on your part. You know, what do you do now? You're managing schools, you're trying to get out. What do you do now? Give it back to Orleans Parish. Let it be a traditional school. Let us bring our concerns to them and develop that school and how it works. That'll be a good start for Betsy to do. So I'm not quite sure how the laws need to change, but something needs to change so that they have an opportunity, Orleans Parish, to open up again a traditional school. So my charge to our representative, Ms. Jones, is to work with the community and to engage us in the rebuilding of John McDonough, because the community is speaking. And I'm just here representing all the voices. I grew up in the neighborhood. I went to Bell. I was concerned about what's happening, you know, with Bell. And also I've been at John McDonough, involved with John McDonough over 20 years. I wanted to share, I'm sharing with you the test scores. For the last 4 years, as you can see from the, it's just a printout from the parenting guide that was made. When the last test scores came out, the John McDonough faculty, we were excited or concerned about, you know, how we did. And I went online, and the score was there, and it was a 70, and I was like, oh, a 70, you know, we went from we started out as a 21, and then it went to a 32, and then it went to 41, and then, you know, right before Fins took over, it went to 70. and it was chartered. So we were making progress, and we were really working hard in doing some programs that we thought would benefit students. Some of the challenges with John McDonough in terms of the schools closing out was that every year the school was shutting down. It was land bank. So we didn't have any ninth graders. And at the end of the year, just like you all are dealing with, and if you haven't dealt with it yet, the eighth graders who did not pass their Common Core test, what do you do with those students after 2 years? Well, they were sent to John McDonough. So year after year, we were getting students, and I did an analysis where 97% of the students had never passed the fourth grade test nor the eighth grade test. So that was the population that we serviced. And eventually, we did make some progress with those children. Was that my time already?
Yeah, but I'll let you go a little bit longer if you can wrap it up.
All right, because I have a question, a charge for you all also as individuals on the board. And it's apparent that based on the FIAN's academic performance, its failure to timely submit budgets to you, and its ill-advised participation of allowing schools to be featured on the television show that they were exploited. And your process, to me, is faulty when you selected FIANS as an operator to run John McDonough. So my challenge to you is, how can you, or what will you do, and share with us, or me at this time, to assure us that the community, that your selection process for the next operator of this school will not result in the continuous violations of our children in terms of their educational, constitutional rights. So I'll leave you in close. I ask that you consider having the laws, working with the legislators, having it redrafted if you need to, changing your policies, that you can allow and work with the Orleans Parish School Board, that they can take that school, the new John McDonough, and make it a traditional school, the first one to open after the hurricane. It's been 9 years. It's time for BESE to go back to the business of operating and working with districts and leaving the day-to-day operations to the local school boards. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Karen Harper Royal.
While she's coming to the table, Mr. Romer, Mr. Dobord, please clarify for me, okay, if McDonough is no more in the sense that you have no student occupants, am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you have no charter board at this point?
The school is closed.
So you have no governance board?
No, we still have governance we still have a responsibility for governance of schools in New Orleans would have been our existing Type 5. So we still have to look at, we have student needs, we still have building needs, and what it is that we just have a portfolio of schools where we still have to make decisions on how to continue to best serve students in New Orleans. And I would say at the John Mack site, the facility, and the first time I'm hearing, I think Ms. Bernard says, and wanting to be a part of a process, we've always been open to sitting with communities. We will listen to this community about what they would like to see as far as a school being in that building, and continue to work through a process. We already have a joint agreement with the Orleans Parish School Board through the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement that we will do joint siting processes and go through it with them. So, there's an opportunity there, but right now the main focus is, one, continue to work forward on the renovation, and two, get a defined process on what we would do and ultimately site this school.
I may not be articulating correctly, but there is a governing board and a charter operator. Am I correct?
At John McDonough?
No, I know there's not one there, but usually you hire an operator. But then they work with what I equate to a local school board. Like, in other words, it has its school board within the charter.
Charter organizations have to have their own boards, yes.
Okay, so they have a board of directors. Yes. But right now you don't have a
we don't have an operator, right? There's no one.
And you don't have a charter operator.
There's no one identified to be cited at the John McDonough building.
So at this point, it has no identity other than it is McDonough.
It's the John McDonough facility. Okay. That's correct.
So the individual who just made an appeal to BESE, that this is a time for us to have conversations to return it to Orleans Parish School Board, because there is no governing board or board of directors to say, no, we don't want or the Orleans Parish School Board oversight, that we could just give the,
No, well,
explain it to me.
We're
I'm
open
trying
to having the conversation. What it is, though, the authority is under the law, under the law that actualizes in 10.5 for the Recovery School District, so that we are still responsible to make a determination with the approval of the board, just going forward as to what we would need to do in order to continue to build out our portfolio of schools in New Orleans. And as I mentioned, we have an excess capacity of high schools right now, just down, just within that Tremay area and just really in the city, we have excess seats. And so we're going to sit and look and see what would be best as far as going forward for a high school that would be sited in that particular facility. So we still have authority. We still have authority through the law to take steps to determine the long-term future for that site.
but you also, with that authority, you could agree to the proposal offered by the...
Yes, we could agree, and that's what I'm saying. Within the cooperative endeavor agreement we have with Orleans Parish School Board, we don't look at it as authorizing just RSD schools. We've been working with them for a few years now. We memorialized it this past spring through the cooperative endeavor agreement that for all siting, we will make joint siting decisions. So they're not opening up or authorizing schools where there are seat needs. We won't do the same. And then we're working together as a collective, again, to make certain that we honor what we have in the master plan, to have 100% students in new, renovated, refurbished buildings, and that we also don't have an excess capacity of seats where we have under-enrolled schools or schools that are not serving kids to their fullest capacity. So yes, there's an opportunity there, and I'm looking forward to, once we wrap up, to be able to get some of the contact information of some of the individuals to see where we can continue a conversation, or start a conversation rather, on that process.
Go ahead, Ms. Hall. I was going to say we have two more cards. I was going to try to let them speak, and then if you had another question, is that okay?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Karen Harper-Royal.
Yes, thank you. I have to ask, if the best interest of children, real children, living and breathing children, was considered when Future Is Now Schools was selected, then allowed to refuse moving on to another building so that needed repairs and renovations could happen to that building. I don't think it was. This caused a disruption in the high school experience of hundreds of students. Can you imagine your own child or one of your grandchildren having to live the John McDonough experience, not just over the last 2 years that Finn's was in there, but over the last 9 years since Katrina? Could you imagine being told that your school is being phased out and no new ninth graders coming in, and then a new charter comes in, and then not the attention given that should have been given to making sure that charter was properly running that school, so much so that that school went from over a 70 school performance score plummeted to a 9. That's 9, single digit. The Recovery School District has had its chance. At John McDonough as a direct operated school, the Recovery School District has had its chance. At John McDonough as a charter school, it is time to have authentic, real community engagement where you really listen to the voices of the community. There have been community members going back to 2006 who have sat down and wrote plans on paper for that school. It was that community that was responsible for a lot of the Walton money coming in when Paul Vallis was the superintendent. And then there was 2 or 3 iterations of steering committees that put plans on paper. And then in 2011, there was another group of community members. I was a part of that. We put plans on paper for that school, only to be slapped in the face with being forced to accept Future Is Now Schools as the operator of that school. As the BESE board, you have a chance to get it right. Somebody needs to apologize to the children of New Orleans who spent time at John McDonough High School, who were disserviced by the Recovery School District. This board, you are responsible. And one way to show that you take your responsibility serious is to really engage our community over what happens with the future of that school. Under the current law, your cooperative endeavor agreement, you could work with this community and put another good plan in place. It doesn't have to be a type 5 charter school. It is very insulting to sit here and be told it will be a type 5 charter school. It doesn't have to be, especially if there is true, authentic community engagement. Let's at least let John McDonough High School be the poster child for how we really get it right in New Orleans. Mr. Dobar says there's excess capacity at the high school level, but yet we still have children crisscrossing this city, not by choice. Trust me, nobody wants to leave New Orleans East and travel across the river if they don't have to.
If you could wrap it up,
Yes,
Nicole, I appreciate
so
it.
please work with us. We're not impossible. Work with this community. There's so many people who really want to envision a school that works for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Jeffers? I'm sorry you were the last card. That was not by strategy.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Jeffers. I was one of the teachers who came back after Hurricane Katrina and met with community groups to help reopen John McDonough back in the spring of 2006, along with Brenda Square. Currently, I have 2 master's degrees in education, and I'm working on my PhD with the Dean's Fellowship out of state. And I was also a former student in New Orleans Public Schools. So I became involved with John McDonough in 2006, and I just found a complete difference from what I saw at John. These stories are just bearing light on what actually happened compared to the education that my niece received at Lusher, which is a predominantly white school, compared to John McDonough, which is 99% black and African American students. When they first opened the school, they waited till the last second to hire teachers. So we had more security guards than teachers. There was 1 certified English teacher for 1,200 students. I was not certified. I was teaching. I was certified, but I was teaching out of content at the time. The kids were eating frozen bologna sandwiches with icicles on them. There was no water. The children, the National Guard was giving them water bottles to children. There were no computers. We had handwritten rolls. No textbooks. The children were picked up from another part of town because all the children went to John McDonough. Children from the other part of town were picked up in a handicapped bus. Okay, and they had to sit on top of each other just to get to school. My largest class was 56 students. My 7th period, everybody came to the first quarter exam, and we had to pull the cafeteria tables outside of my classroom just for them to take their exam, which they did in a very diligent manner. All that to say, when you speak about effective teachers, it kind of sounds like, well, those are the conditions that we were teaching under. So we received the blame as to the test results not being, as they are at Lusher or Franklin or whatnot, or the charter schools are with 15 children in a class. It's just not fair. You're comparing apples to oranges. And so despite all of that, we still, with the community support, we still brought John McDonough up. As you can see, the first year after Katrina, it was actually a 16 on the school performance score. Then it went up to a 70. We started advanced placement at John McDonough. I was the advanced placement language and composition teacher. We had advanced placement chemistry, advanced placement biology. We were approved by National College Board. Exxon gave us a $1.6 million grant. And the pilot for advanced placement was started at John McDonough. There were press releases all over the country showing the pilot at John McDonough. However, that program was pulled from the children.
Ms. Jones, if I could ask you to, I'm sorry, time's up, but I'll give you a little bit longer if you can try to wrap it up.
Thank you. So advanced placement was pulled from John McDonough, even though they had promised John McDonough a chemistry lab, which never happened. They promised the children that they would get full scholarships to Tulane if they did well in the advanced placement program. Okay? Despite the fact that it was pulled from John McDonough, 2008, 2009, John McDonough had the highest graduate exit exam scores, results, and you can pull it up on Louisiana Department of Education site, in the Recovery School District amongst the direct run schools, highest scores in the direct run schools. Even though there was a 14% special education rate at the school, 14% of the students were special needs children, John John McDonough still met annual yearly progress the following year and the following year. So I don't understand why the John McDonough community, when they decided to charter John McDonough, since we had met annual yearly progress, despite the fact that we had to educate all the children who were put out of charter schools after October 1st, we educated those children. We still met annual yearly progress. Our students made a 24 on the ACT, even though advanced placement was pulled from John McDonough. Those 10th graders who took an English 3 AP class in 10th grade, they made 24s.
Ms. Jeffers, I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Members, that concludes all the comment cards. It's a receive item. Does anyone else have further questions? Ms. Hill?
I don't have a question. I'm going to make a motion, but before I make a motion, first I'd like to commend each and every one of you from New Orleans that drove here to Baton Rouge to speak on behalf of our children. I really want to thank you. Regardless of what someone may say to you, regardless how they may disrespect you, you continue to come to these board meetings, you continue to stand for our children, you continue to advocate and know that righteousness shall prevail. And I want you to understand that. With that being said, I would like to offer a motion that the board, Superintendent Dobar, to allow John McDonough to return to the local LEA, which is Orleans Parish School Board. I don't know if I can do it in that form, Ms. Abby. Is that a proper form?
Well, that motion is going to be out of order. You can reference that to a future meeting, but that's not what the agenda has posted for consideration. And if that was what we're going to consider, we need to post that. That's a pretty significant change from this item. So if you'd like to reference that to a different board meeting, that's not true. That is true, and so you can do that. But that motion's out of order. This is a receive a report item.
It's a consideration of a discussion. Yes, you're correct.
So I want to be clear. That motion's out of order. You can make a reference to a future agenda item in a future committee. I'm glad to entertain that, but that particular item, that particular motion's out of order.
Okay, so do I need to make reference now to make sure that it's publicly noted and that staff would know now, and then they won't have to tell me it have to be 10 days in advance? And so can I make that?
You can request an item for a different committee now.
Okay, well, I request Ms. Heather Cope, and I will send it also in writing, that at the next board meeting, which will be in August, that we have an item on the agenda that would state that we shall allow John McDonough to return to the local LEA, which is Orleans Parish School Board.
Okay, so we don't even necessarily need that as a motion if we can get that on the, it's a request, if we can add that to the agenda. And Mr. Dobart, Superintendent Dobart, I would just ask you in the meantime that you work with the community to see at that meeting what the appropriate response from the RSD will be.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, Superintendent Dobart, so with Ms. Hill's request, the intent for the status of McDonough, how soon will you identify an operator or the governing board?
It won't happen before the next BESE meeting. It'll be a while, so several months before we get to that. So sometime in the fall, if we make it to that point.
But as we prepare for the school year,
well, the building will be worked on for at least the next year and a half, 18 months.
And if it's my experience in St. Martin, it might be 3 years, but nevertheless. But I'm asking you specifically, will any decisions be made regarding the McDonough School and its operator and board, governing board? Because once that is put into place, then there is Ms. Hill's agenda item would be moved, because we would not, as a board, have the right.
No, I don't anticipate we will have made that decision prior to when she would want that on the agenda, if I'm assuming that it'd be at the next board meeting.
So, by me making this request, that for the 2014...
They won't make a governance decision on that school prior to the next board meeting. Okay. They may plan, and they may present to us what they believe their plan should be, etc. But the governance, are you saying the governance of that school will not be determined prior to
before the next board meeting?
Okay.
We don't anticipate that, no.
Any other questions? We have a motion to receive and a second. Any objection to receiving the report?
I'm up there.
Hearing none, so moved. Next item.
On page 288, item 7.1, consideration of revisions to the Louisiana Administrative Code, Title 28, Part 1, Board of Elementary and Secondary
I move.
Education. The recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
There's a motion to approve, and is there a second? There's a second by Dr. Moranti. Is there any question? We do have we have one comment card, Lee Barrios. I believe she left. Are there any questions on this item? Any discussion? Any objections? Hearing none, so moved. Next item.
Page 290, item 7.2, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 741, Louisiana Handbook for School Administrators, to allow for processing of visa sponsorships for foreign associate teachers. Recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
We have a motion to approve as notice of intent and a second. Motion by Ms. Bradford, second by Dr. Moranti. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Dooley.
I need
Dr. Dooley.
clarification of the implications. I don't have my booklet open, but I need an explanation of the visas to be paid for out of the MFP, and that would have to be taken from the so explain that to me, Mr. White.
This policy just allows for a school system to make it easier for purposes of invoicing to establish a cooperative endeavor agreement with the department, and in doing that, the department would be invoiced rather than the school system be invoiced by Codafil. If you choose not to, you don't have to. It's just the department may establish a cooperative endeavor agreement to make the invoicing easier for both school systems and Codafil.
Any other questions? Was there's no comment card? Any objection? Hearing none, so moved. That concludes our agenda. Thank you. And thanks for everyone that made it the distance.